Alrighty. Good morning, everybody. Welcome, welcome. All right, we have a great lineup for today. I honestly battled with myself because there were so many topics that I wanted to talk about today, and it was hard to pick. It was hard to pick, but that's okay. Whatever I didn't do today, we'll do tomorrow. Before we really jump into things, I didn't really cover it on my channel, and I know I said I would, but to be honest, girlies, like, I don't really care in the sense that I do care because I'm following the story. Let me rephrase. I do care. I just think I'm not the best person to cover it, so I haven't really been covering it. And I think there are just smarter, better people to do it. But I have been keeping track of the H3 lawsuits that Denims won, that Noah Samsen got his lawsuit dropped, that we're in a really good place in terms of React content on YouTube / Ethan Klein's attempt to silence people didn't work. But I just think like I'm not the best person to have that conversation because this is a philosophy channel and I'm really trying to stay in my lane. It just feels like I don't have much commentary to offer you in regards to that we haven't already covered. And as much as people think I just cover content to make money, there are so many things I don't talk about that could have made me so much money. But if they're not interesting enough to me, like in the sense that I feel like I have something to offer, I'm not going to talk about it. That's probably just the autism. Like my brain just feels like, why am I wasting your time giving you commentary that is not any better than somebody else's? So I've been getting a lot of my understanding from the lawsuits from Do Not Worry, Anthony. And that has been really helpful. I also have been getting it from Philip DeFranco or Phil specifically. Well, actually, that's a sort of a fib because Phil really just covers Charlie sometimes, but he doesn't even really cover the Ethan lawsuits. He really should get on that. Really, I got it from people on TikTok as well and stuff like that. So if you're wondering why I didn't cover the denim stuff, even though last week I said I would, it's mostly that. Like, I don't really have anything to say except that we know Ethan is in his philosophical evil, that he is engaging in the world in a way that is a lot of harm. And it's, I'm glad to see that Noah and Denims don't have to deal with him anymore. That's really exciting. And I'm happy for them. And so I just want to let you guys know. With that said, today I want to talk about a lot of things, and also everything is connected to sort of what we've been speaking about. Look, there is so much there's so much to existing, and it can feel incredibly overwhelming. And I also think it can feel at the same time so boring. We live in a world where people say how bored they are, where people are like, what should I do with my time? As the world is constantly in chaos, right? And it's because that is what it means to be a person. We have a brain that allows us to filter out. We have an experience that allows us to understand on one side of our understanding that the world needs so much help. And on the other side, we're like, oh my God, I'm so bored. And so when we, have these conversations today, we don't know where people are coming from. We don't know their experiences. And more than that, like, you barely know yourself. We're raised in a world that gives us scripts that they tell us are guaranteed to work for us. And then when we put them into practice, we know that's just not true. So I want you to keep that all in mind. I also want you to understand that as my channel grows, eventually the comment section, especially if a video does well, like that comment section is not a reflection of this community. It's a reflection of what algorithm picked up my video. And this is why eventually, especially marginalized people don't respond to their comment sections, because like, who wants to read a comment section where you're being like insulted and you have to go through and filter out the comments? And I know people will start saying, oh, well, can you get a mod? Can you do this? Can you do that? You're still subjecting someone to filtering out those comments, right? And then on top of that, like, what if the person filtering out the comments ends up banning somebody that they know from the community that they know they didn't mean to say that, or they said it a different way? So this is the problem, is like comment sections are partially bot, 100%, like literally computers, totally, right? You ever see those comments that are like, man, I really wish I could find love. And then someone replies and goes, oh, you should watch Dr. Josh. Oh my God, can you tell me his website? And then it's like 14 comments. That's a bot. That is literally a robot. that is spams YouTube chat comments, and we have to go and delete them, or it will be a bot that looks like another person's comment, but it's actually a bot that took your comment and made it there. So again, I understand how the YouTube works. What is clear to me is the world doesn't. Like, if I had a perfect example for how the world works, it is YouTube comments. It is the inability of you, the viewer, to understand YouTube as an ecosystem. If anything, when my videos pop off, the one thing it shows me is nobody understands how the internet works. I don't even know how you found your way here. But they don't understand the difference between an audience commenting and obviously people who are visiting. They can't tell the difference between, obviously, these are angry men on the internet who hate me, and these are viewers who have disagreements. Like, they have no social context for the culture of the internet. So they don't know when it's a meme and when it's obviously an inside joke. Oh, when they're referring back to an old, it's like, this is an open space. Imagine we were in a courtyard of shops, and a bunch of tourists were visiting your town and they were coming into your store. That is what the internet is like. The internet is like, I have a shop. This is my coffee shop. And a bunch of it's tourist season, and a bunch of randos who don't even know the context of this channel are coming into the channel and leaving reviews. I didn't like this reviewer, or I didn't like this coffee shop. Everything was vegan. It's a vegan coffee shop. You know what I mean? I didn't like this coffee shop. There's a gay flag it's a queer channel. I don't really like this coffee shop. It's very feminist. It's a feminist channel. I don't really like this. You know what I mean? It's like, and then the viewers, what's worse is people will be like, oh, I avoided this coffee shop because the review said it was bad. Yeah, but the reviewers are fascists. The reviewers who came in to bother leaving the review are racists. Do you know what I'm saying? So then when you do that, you're basically saying that I'm depending on the reviews without understanding who is reviewing it. Like, can't you tell that they're conservative by the way they're typing? You know what I mean? And so again, like, the way I want you to enjoy life, the way I want you to enjoy content and books and media and documentaries is to understand who it's being made for and to understand what your participation in this content is. You know, I've been watching Radfems all morning. Watch out, men. And the thing that I like about watching Radfems, especially from the 60s and 70s and 80s, is that I get to almost go back in time and say, like, what are they arguing about? What is their advocacy? How much is it still the same conversation today? How are they being received by the world? Let me Google, how are modern day feminists reviewing their content? Like, I'm deep diving into them, trying to figure out their books, putting all their books on my reading list, making sure that I have some idea of their background. Like, here I am doing all of this work. Now, to be fair, it is a special interest of mine. So I'm sure the average viewer, much like the average American voter, has a 6th grade reading level and no fucking desire to Google anything. Okay? So when we have this conversation, any of the conversations on this channel, right? There's so much of that is still like all of us need to practice. Okay, we all need to practice. What is this content? Who was it made for? And how do I listen to it, take what I like and throw away the rest? Okay, I love how chat said coffee bean soup. Literally. And then chat says that coffee is just bean water. Coffee lover, love coffees. Yeah, absolutely. Right? So when we have this conversation about radical acceptance or learning to navigate the world, a big part of it is that. A big part of it is understanding exactly what we're dealing with. That's our job. It's like, oh, what does this mean? How does this play into my life? How do I XYZ? Okay, now let me do this. How do I do this? So let me give an example. Hold on, let me pull it up. Thank you, chat. It says those nails are so cute on you. Thank you. I'm doing a yellow themed photo shoot. This is such a good example. Like, people about my OnlyFans video on my other channel, they're like, I don't understand how you can do OnlyFans. Look, I'm very anti the porn industry because I'm anti-patriarchy, but I am not anti-nudity, nor sex, nor deconstructed sex work. But I am, you know, I love nude photo shoots. I love all that stuff. But yeah, like, I'm definitely, you know, I hate pornography. I hate the pornography industry. I didn't always. I used to think it was like liberatory, like, you know, this great, amazing thing that we get to do. But the truth is like it's too patriarchal to be liberating unless you're doing it solo and on your own. And even then you still have to deconstruct. You know what I mean? Okay. Hold on. How do I look this up? Hold on. I think I have it on my phone. Let me send it to my Discord and then I'll just show it to you on screen as an example. Let me see. So I have, here's this comment, and then I think I have, no, not this. Where is this comment? Didn't I screenshot it? Maybe I didn't. Hold on. Hold on, I'm trying to think of how to show you this. Oh, I got it. It clicked. Hold on, I got it. I should have prepped this, but I thought I did, but I didn't. Okay. No, what? Hold on. Really? Hold on. No? Interesting. Okay, let me try it this way. Interesting. Okay, this is this is good. So we'll do this. Okay, hold on. And then, give me a second. Hey there, Delilah. What's it like in New York City? Uno momento. Let me see. Da 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 da. Hold on. Was it this video? I think it was this video. Look at me going through the comment section. Brother in Christ, why do y'all leave so many comments? I'm just kidding. Thank you. I appreciate it. It really helps with the algorithm. The algorithm's like, oh, okay, I found it. Fuck. Okay. Look. Okay, so first I say this respectfully. Okay? Respectfully. I don't know what language to use to really get through to people. Genuinely. It's like a big struggle. Okay, so the ethical struggle is how to convey what I'm trying to say in a way that people hear, while dealing with the reality that there's 8 billion people with all very different understandings of words and social expectations and communication styles. Then there's the moral dilemma, which is my personal right and wrongs, about how I engage and communicate. So I always try to live up to a sort of higher standard of self, while recognizing that I am a biological creature on the planet, and I swear to God, if you push me into a corner, I am going to hit you. Okay? And with that said, I do want to advocate for less violence. So respectfully, when I say this, the world is the way that it is because it is genuinely stupid. And it is genuinely stupid because we are still arguing about whether or not men and women are equal, or whether or not gender is a construct, or whether or not the color of your skin dictates your future. We have evolved to build skyscrapers and go to the moon, and we can't figure out skin color. We're stupid. And because we're stupid, okay, we have to learn to radically accept how stupid we all are, myself included. Okay? So this person left a great comment, said, hey, love the elaboration on radical acceptance. It helped me to better understand what it is and to better understand fives, which fives is on my level system. Could you consider explaining the world is how it is because we are who we are as humans? Because we all have different bubbles, different realities, different motivations and traumas, etc. We can't even agree on what reality is collectively to radically accept. So The radical acceptance collectively is not to radically accept and agree on the same reality. It's to radically accept that we don't know what that is. Radical acceptance is a personal relationship with self that if as a collective we accepted would be a radical acceptance that required a humility to say we're stupid, to say we are ignorant, to say that we're biased and prejudiced, to say that we're fucked up. And, okay, there's a lot of beauty in humanity and in the world. There's a lot of happiness and joy. There's a lot of community growth and amazing things to happen, okay? But we are what we are because of what we are. It's like being in a relationship with a guy, you're waiting for his potential. You keep living for humans' potential instead of accepting them for what they are and then deciding what to do. You can't date a man for 10 years waiting for his potential. Just accept what he is, girly, and then we can all move on. Break up with him, don't break up with him, but you holding your breath thinking he's going to be someone different than he is a waste of your time on earth. You are wasting your time with your one life by waiting for people to change. Don't wait for people to change, especially if you yourself are not changing. You have to examine through your own ability to change how hard it is for other people. This is why I say a radical compassion for self to suffer with allows you to be more empathetic with other people, because I know it was goddamn hard to change. I know it's embarrassing. It's shameful. It's ridiculous. The things I used to believe, the things I used to even say that I didn't even believe. You know how many things I would say because I knew like my parents were listening to me. I was like, I don't even think that. But you know, I used to make content as a young conservative kid, teenager, and I knew my dad was watching. But I didn't even believe those things. I just said them because I knew my dad was watching. But people will say, oh, like these people made these videos years ago. I'm telling you, people are saying shit they don't believe every day. And what's even more interesting is when they do say something they believe, they don't even know why they believe it. It's not to say that there wasn't harm caused, because the irony is you don't even have to believe it to hurt people. What you say, even if you don't believe it, can be hurtful, which is why when you're pushed into a corner and you insult, you have to be careful, because even if you don't mean the insult, you did say it. Okay, you say things all the time you don't mean because your brain is an animal brain and it right away wants to poke where it hurts. Okay, so again, we have to think about the complexity of existing in a world where everybody is judging you and you're constantly thinking about that judgment. And you must radically accept that the judgment comes from a place of survival because they're trying to decide if you're safe. And two, it comes from a place of condemnation because their script gives them the right to judge because, listen, we have heaven and hell as constructs. I mean, we live in a world where people tell you just the thought is a sin alone. The thought is a sin alone. So when I say the world is a reflection of us as a whole, that the world is exactly as it is, I'm saying it cannot be any different. Just like, you know, this realization I had, this big epiphany I had when I hit level 4, right? And my levels are in progress and, you know, maybe I'll make a video. I've been wanting to work on an updated video, but hear me out. Okay, it's a relationship between you yourself and you yourself as it relates to the world. Okay, it's this idea that like people will say like, oh, you know, you can't just live whatever life you want, Brittany. Like you have an obligation to people, right? Now, let me give this as an example. Hold on, I should have brought it up, but let me just say this. The requirement of compassion, meaning to suffer with, is a requirement to keep you sane through the process of understanding that you are born into an existence that is very difficult. When we talk about privilege, we're also talking about the privilege and responsibility of existing in a world in which you contribute an immense amount of harm. And the question is, at what point does the judgment of personal responsibility, often utilized by conservatives as a weapon, become actually an moral obligation of all people regardless of their bubbles and their political affiliations? And I think the dilemma with that is that we don't know how to discern when is it my personal responsibility and when is it a weaponized version of personal responsibility that people are using to sort of control me. So like when we talk about veganism, which we'll talk about in a second, or we talk about any of these things, when is it my personal responsibility to think about my child before I bring them into existence? When is it my personal responsibility not to eat animals? When is it my personal responsibility, right, to pick up trash if I see it on the highway? When is it my personal responsibility and when is it somebody else's responsibility? And then we have to acknowledge that at some point in our lives, and this is really hard to accept because the world is a reflection of this, you're in that toxic relationship because you would rather be there than not be somewhere else. Because you're convinced that if you stay long enough, it will get better. Because you're convinced if you just get them to therapy or give them the tools that somehow they're going to change their mind. Because you've been told your whole life that if you scream loud enough, people will change. You've screamed so loud, you've lost your voice. You are literally voiceless in this relationship, in this dynamic. And yet you're convinced that even though you've lost your voice, you promise one day you'll be heard. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay. Now, what's the difference between losing your voice and remaining an advocate? So somebody shared this great quote. I don't know who said it. They said, hey, the way you described radical acceptance reminds me of a quote that stuck with me since I read it years ago. It says, quote, do not be daunted by the enormity of the world's grief. Do justly now, love mercy now, walk humbly now. You are not obligated to complete the work, but neither are you free to abandon it. Okay, when we think about breaking generational curses, okay, generational trauma, you're chipping away at it. You are not guaranteed to do it yourself. You have to hand it to the next generation. Okay, my parents had 10 children. And when I talk about my siblings who are trying to break these generational curses, this generational trauma, I say, oh, what are you working on? And they go, I'm working on this. And I go, okay, I'm working on this. And we die. And when we die, the hope is we've at least chipped at it to some extent. The reality is we don't know if we'll be able to really break that generational trauma in our lifetime. Okay. So when we have these, questions about how is the world a reflection of us as a whole, this is it. We're having, the world can't be what it is unless it's different. And so the world wants everyone, the people want the world to change, but they're not going to work on themselves. Right. And so when we're having this conversation about personal responsibility, we're having a conversation about power. You have so much power to make a decision about what directly goes into your mouth most of the time, but not always, because not everybody is in that position of privilege. But yet, more people are in position of privilege about what they put in their mouth than otherwise. That's true. But it's only true if you have engaged in the introspection to make a decision that day versus most of the people who are just going about their day. So even when we say things like most people, a few people, we don't even know what we're saying. I don't actually know what I'm saying when I say that, except it's something intuitive to me that from my observation, most people, when they go to a restaurant, pick something off the menu, that is a version of a choice. And the question is, why don't we choose to not, or why don't we choose the plant-based option? What's one of the reasons people say they don't go plant-based? Embarrassment, feeling left out, social ostracization, feeling made fun of. They don't want to get bullied because we're social creatures. So then we do social things. This leads to this idea of why, if a person is being raped, would maybe nobody speak up? Or maybe if the culture is to rape, why does nobody speak up? And a big part of it is they don't want to lose association with the community, right? And so again, when you have a place in a community and the fear is losing your place in the community, it will keep your mouth shut, which is why I say I understand why a lot of people become, quote, the image of a monk meditating in the mountains, because it feels like, what community can I be in where this doesn't have to be the case? Well, to be honest, right? You have to make it, you have to maintain it, and you have to participate in it. So then you kind of have to do a little bit of the work, which is the part where people stop. Okay. And then they're like, I don't want to do that. Okay, I don't want to have to do that. And I totally hear you. Gosh knows you were forced into existence. And now on top of that, you got to, you know what I'm saying? Okay, now to this person here, okay, there's this commenter who's been commenting on my videos here and there, and I just need them to know they're stupid. Now, they might be 12, and in that case, you're not stupid. You're really trying, and I believe in you. But if you're 25 to 35 to 45, you're stupid, and you need to figure it the fuck out, because your stupidity is absolutely going to make the world a worse place, and your inability to recognize you're being stupid is the problem. And I say this as somebody who is stupid plenty of the time, so I'm not even acting like I'm better than you, but I know better than you in this circumstance, okay? They said, hot take, Brittany is still doing politics, just poorly. No offense to Brittany. I like you as a person and think you have a good heart. First of all, you don't know me as a person, so you can fuck around and find out with that shit. Like, back off. Because, like, this audacity of I know you. You don't know shit, bro. You're watching me on a computer screen. I literally decide what you listen to every day. You don't know shit about me, bro. Okay, so you're gonna sit here and talk about, oh, I like you as a person. Habibi, you don't even know me. I could be literally, when this computer goes off, I could be out here, Trump hats, freaking out, like just at a white supremacist rally. You don't even know what I'm doing in my real life, okay? No, what you like is the version of me that's on the internet. P.S. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. You don't know me. Okay, what you think you know is a version of me in your head that you are having a relationship to. And the worst, the worst part of this is, let me read my reply to them. I said, this isn't funny. It's actually why the world won't get better, because people won't learn the differences seriously, though. Doing politics and being political are totally different things. I don't work in politics, I vote. That's not the same thing. Does that make sense? Like, guys, with peace and love, doing politics is not talking about politics. I am not a political creator. And the fact that you don't know the difference is a huge fucking problem. Because if you don't know the difference, we can't move forward. You have to know where you're getting your information from. That's like watching, I don't know, insert person here who has no clue what they're talking about. And you're like, oh yeah, I watch them for politics because they talked about voting. Like, you know what I'm saying? You're not making sense. That's like saying every American who ever has an opinion is a political commentator because they voted or talk about politics. That's not what I'm doing. So if you don't know the difference, you're not going to make the world a better place. And then this person had the audacity to, on my video about Hasan Piker fans can't see his misogyny. Okay. They said, sorry, but these arguments are serious reaches. I don't see Hasan being misogynistic, and joining in and attacking Hasan for 9/11 comments he apologized for comes off like maybe you're racist. Is this West Asian or West Asian crime? How am I being racist? Okay. How am I doing a racist towards Hasan fucking Piker? We're both West Asian. And the argument against the 9/11 comments were about philosophical evil. This is what I'm saying. What are you talking about? Hasan is admitted he has a misogyny problem. This man out of his literal lips has admitted he has a misogyny problem. So why am I being told this is a reach if the man himself said, right? Okay, so this person is stupid. Or, as Chet said, rage baiting. So, hide user from channel. Oh, bye. Because that's what you get. That's what you get. You have been on this channel for months. I have given you plenty of time to figure it out. And you have the audacity to not believe Hasan Piker when he tells you with his own lips. And then to say that I am the one reaching when you don't even know the difference. And this is why I say you have to be careful about this idea of who is doing politics. This is why celebrities keep getting elected as president. This is why you elected Donald Trump, because you think he's doing politics. He's doing politics in the sense that you let him when he had no business being here and being a president. No business, okay? No business. And that's the problem. That's what I'm saying, okay? Let's see, chat says, hold on, chat said, where are you? Where are you, buddy? I saw you. Hold on. Does she mean doing politics? That literally, though? That's what doing, the difference is, if you're going to argue with me about what I'm doing, chat, right? If you're going to say like, oh, do they really mean, if they say Brittany's doing politics badly, why am I being judged on doing politics badly if I'm not doing politics? Because that's what people do. They come onto my channel, right, where I do philosophy, and then people go, Brittany, you're really bad at political commentary. Oh, is that maybe because I'm not doing that? Stupid? Do you ever think that maybe that's because that's not what I'm doing? That's like literally coming on a channel that's about cooking recipes, and then someone's like, you're changing the oil incorrectly in that car. Is there a car here? Like, that's what I'm saying, that people have to understand. You're stupid. And because you don't know the difference, you sound like my mother and father who didn't know the difference between, oh, this black person with tattoos and this white person with tattoos and this person with piercings and this person with blue hair. You sound like a boomer. You sound like a racist person who doesn't know the difference between different groups of people, so you decide they're all the same people. And I'm saying you are the fucking problem with the world because you won't learn the difference. You need to learn the difference. Or, going back to that nice commenter, the world is a reflection of us as a whole, and we are stupid. We don't know the difference between what we are looking at. We don't know the difference. And because we don't know the difference, the world will always be this way. It is my life's mission to learn the differences between what I am seeing in terms of categories, because I feel like it is the absolute issue with so much of what we're dealing with. And sometimes in this journey, I have absolutely given people the benefit of the doubt that I never should have given that to, because I didn't want to miscategorize them. But let me tell you this, I'm getting much better at discerning who is in what category. And that's what I want for all of us, okay? We need to be able to discern, what am I looking at? Am I looking at a person who's signaling safety or not safety? Am I looking at a person that's a white supremacist, or if I'm looking at a person who's white? Am I looking at a person who's a white person who's deconstructed racism, or am I looking at a white person who's like, you know what I mean? What am I looking at? Am I looking at a misogynist? Am I looking at a sexist? Am I looking at a person who, like, what am I seeing? What am I dealing with? Okay? Because otherwise you become prejudiced and bigoted and you lump people into a group, and then that becomes a problem, right? Okay. Chat says, maybe there's less confusion if politically oriented people and topics are not discussed. But everything is political. Philosophy and politics are connected. So then people are like, Brittany, don't talk about politics then. Everything is political. Everything you do is political. Everything you fuck, everything you eat, everything you breathe is political. Yes? How do we need to explain this? And then people are like, oh, well, maybe we should separate. I'm not angry at you, chat, for having that, right? I'm saying when we have these conversations, the reason the world is the way that it is, the reason I'm so passionate about people's introspection level is because everything we're talking about is our inability to think. It's our inability to deconstruct. All of this is because we are not thinking. We are not engaging. We are not feeling. We are not exploring. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, how dare we get into the world and speak our truth with so much fucking ignorance and no fucking humility? Right? Chat says, hold on. Chat says, why do you read the comments that are arguing with you? I'm sure they're a good reason, but I'm curious why you ignore them and read nice comments. I read all the comments and I reply to all of the nice comments, generally speaking. But obviously, the reason we're in chaos, the reason we do philosophy is not because everyone's getting the fuck along. Nothing gets done in a room with people who get along except feeding your community, which is beautiful. The issue is not the people who are feeding their community. The issue is the people who are trying to stop them. The issue is all of you who are trying to stop us from feeding our communities. You are getting in our way. Move. And that's the problem. I don't need to yell at people who are already feeding the community. I need to yell at the people that are getting in our fucking way. How dare you stop me from feeding somebody because you don't like them? That's what I'm saying. The reason that we do the work that we do, the reason I do the work that I do, is because you are stopping us from helping people. That's the problem. Okay, that's literally the problem with the whole world. If the whole world was great, nice people who fed everybody, we wouldn't be here. So then we go back to the world as a reflection of us as a whole. If the world was a beautiful place where we were all good people, we wouldn't be here. 19.5 million people in Sudan wouldn't be on the verge of starvation. There wouldn't be a genocide in Gaza. Of course we're here. There wouldn't be a rapist in the White House, who, by the way, is defunding all the national parks as we speak. Okay? Of course, I would love to talk to only nice people and only great people and beautiful people and sweet people, if only there were more of us. Yes, the world is a beautiful place, and yes, most people are good in their own ways, but damn, we're fucked up. We're so fucked up. The question is not to be disheartened. The point is to be motivated and inspired to do better, or to do less bad. Okay? Chat says, if everything is political, then talking philosophy would be politics. Doing politics is different. If you came to me and said, who should I vote for? You would be a fucking idiot for asking me that question. Do you know why you're stupid for asking me this question? Tell me. When I think about somebody who works in politics, I think of someone dedicating their life to learning about policy, engaging in understanding of political people running for politics, to understand who to advocate for. That is not my job. We can't all do politics. Talking about politics is not engaging in politics in that particular way. Okay? I don't know who you should vote for in every state. There are people who dedicate their whole life learning I used to do this when I was involved in politics. I would know exactly who was running, exactly their policy. I would know everything about every politician. I don't want to do that. I want to talk about ethics and morals. Okay? The reason I'm so passionate about this is because I'm trying to get through to you. I'm trying to speak loud enough for you to realize, hey, you're the fucking problem. Because, I was nice as fuck this last week and it wasn't working. So let me be a little harsher. You're too fucking stupid for this conversation and you don't know it yet. And that's why everybody has a problem in the world, because I didn't know when I was too stupid until I did. You should feel fucking ashamed and then you should do something about it, because you sat there with your big fat fucking mouth and got on the internet or got in people's comment sections or showed up at your job or showed up at a family gathering and said some fucking ignorant shit and somebody had to go home and deal with it. Every time you open your fucking mouth, you're gonna probably hurt somebody. So watch what you fucking say. And at the same time, understand that you won't be perfect. You will say things you don't mean. You will hurt people's feelings. It's okay to change your mind. You're not lost. You're not without hope. But to the adults in the room, not to the children, to the adults in the room, you need to grow the fuck up. I'm dead serious. Not to the kids. Kiddos, we love you. We're doing it for you. Everything is about the kids. For the adults in the room, grow the fuck up or shut the fuck up. Because I'm sick of these 45-year-old fucking teenagers showing up on the internet and lecturing everybody else about what they should do with their lives when they're a fucking mess. I'm so sick of watching these elected 80-year-old fucking people, instead of retiring and playing fucking, I don't know what old people play at the senior citizen home, they're literally ruining our fucking lives. Okay? Yeah, Chet said, well, who's she yelling at? Chet said she's yelling at the archetype of a commenter we can all embody. Exactly. I'm yelling at the embodiment of this trope, this type of person who shows up in comment sections, who shows up at their job and is loud and wrong. Okay? I'm yelling because at the top of my lungs, I'm saying to you, I have not lost my voice. I still have the power to speak my mind, and I will always advocate for the people who need somebody to yell because they've lost their voice. So many people have no voice in the world. And if we have one obligation as public figures or as people in our communities or as leaders or older sisters or fathers or adults, it's to use our voice to advocate for people. To say that, listen, this is the version of the advocacy that I do, and any of us could be this person. It doesn't have to be me. It could be you. Just make sure you understand that it's a responsibility. It's not about our ego. It's not about our wallets. This should not be about getting rich. Okay? This should be about doing the right thing. The right thing based off our subjective morals, of course. Okay? Chaz says, y'all need to take it easy on Brittany. She's human like the rest of us. No. Don't say that like I'm losing it today. Don't say that. You're making it sound like that I'm having a mental health crisis. Girlie, I'm solid as fuck right now. Right? Don't say that. I came with passion today. I rehearsed this speech. I'm ready to be here. No. This is not me losing it. This is me making fucking clear where I stand. Don't say that. You're making it sound like, oh, Brittany's a human. She's having a moment. I'm not having a moment. I'm making a declaration. A declaration so clear, it will not be derailed by stupidity. Okay? It will not be derailed. Okay? I will not be, made to sound like a crazy woman who's yelling on the internet because whatever. No. I am being very clear about what I'm doing here. And I am doing the work. And if you would like to join me, great. If you would not like to join me, shush. Okay? That's it. So, with that said, and chat, I love that you're relating to this. Exactly. When we're passionate and people think we're mad, or when we're passionate and this is my absolute special interest. Okay? Chat said, what is wrong with being a crazy woman on the internet? I'm not crazy. I'm not even a woman, but I'm not crazy. I'm not upset. I'm right. I'm just literally right. Okay? I'm passionate. I'm correct. I have the data. When I'm wrong, but I'm not wrong right now. Okay? Don't come into my chat. Don't sit there and look at the world and say, hey, why is the world the way that it is? Without looking in the mirror first. The world is a reflection of us as a whole. Our life is a reflection of us as a whole. We are more than comfortable in the world the way that it is because we're afraid to look at it for being something else. What's the first thing people say when I say dismantle capitalism? Oh my God, but what's going to replace it? What's going to replace it? I don't know, girlies. Let's go to the drawing board and figure it out. But the fact that you're afraid to take away this system that is killing you is so interesting to me. This, like, when has capitalism helped you? And you're sitting here like, oh, but what are we going to replace it with? That you sound like you're in an abusive relationship and I'm like, dump your boyfriend. You're like, but then I'll be alone and who's going to help me with rent and I can't afford my bills. I know. So let's do something. Let's build systems where you get to leave your boyfriend, where we dismantle capitalism and it's not the end of the world. Can we do this? Are we smart enough to do this? Are we so stupid we can't do this? Because right now what you're saying is we're so stupid we can't do this. I think we're smart. I think we're capable. I think we're so many things. But until we are those people, we're stupid. Until we can do it, we are at the mercy of our inability to be. Now, again, because I have a primarily left audience, you might be thinking to yourself, oh, she's talking about leftists. I'm talking about the ones who are liberal and on the fence. I'm talking about conservatives who come into my chat. I'm talking about realizing that the world is the way that it is because people are arguing about vaccines and the flat earth and voting for Trump. Like, you know, we're painting all Trump voters as like malicious, intentional people. And at the same time, we're saying they're stupid. Okay, we're like, which one is it, girls? Are they all playing 4D chess and they're smarter than all of us? Or are they all fucking just dumb and ignorant? Or is it both? Are some of them absolutely just like 4D chessing us and the other group of them are just ignorant? Do you know what I mean? We're sitting here and asking us, how is the world the way it is? When you're sitting here summing up 80 million people as just like all Machiavellian or some shit, all ruthless 4D chess killers who come up with all these grand plans about how to take over. Maybe the leaders, but do you really think all these voters in rural Kentucky who have never fucking, you don't even know what's going on? Do you know what I'm saying? So obviously it's not just the issue of like leftists are perfect and conservatives aren't. It's the idea that like all of us have problems. It's all of us or none of us. Now, are we all the same? It's like what I told you yesterday. They're not as bad as some of these really bad people. But you are constantly at the risk of becoming just as evil if you do not work on it. Okay? You have to work on it or there's no point. You know, and that's only subjectively if you want to. So that's the other part that always confuses people, the subjectiveness of it. Nothing is objective in the sense that like our opinions aren't objective. Okay? Our rights and wrongs are not objective. You can't sit here and say, right? It's objectively true that XYZ. What you're saying is based off of the data for our goals, or if we think this way, we must, right? But our brain doesn't do that. Okay, I'll give you an example. So how our brains can work. So I think there's layers to this, right? Remember when I talked to the vegan L about veganism my first time around, and she was giving me like a scenario. I said, if there's meat in the fridge and it's going bad, shouldn't I eat it? And she said, well, what if there was like a human leg in your fridge? Would you eat it? And my brain said, well, yeah, I guess, like if it's not going to go to waste, because I thought she was asking me if the human leg is like the burger meat, not if the burger meat was like the human leg. So when we have these conversations, you have to think about the perspective you're coming from. And later in the stream, I said, by the way, I don't want to eat people. I just thought I was playing along with the scenario. And I think sometimes what happens is we forget what is the person trying to connect in our brain because we take it for granted that they're going to make the connection. But my brain didn't make the connection. Her brain did. So then I was confused. I was like, what do you ask? So the human leg is like burger meat. Sure. If in this scenario, the human leg is like burger meat, then I would eat the human leg, I guess. And she was like, no, the burger is like human leg. And I was like, oh, well, I don't want to eat that then. And that's what I want you to understand about everything we do always, okay? Everything we do always. We have to remember, like, what are we actually asking each other? What are we really saying, okay? You know? Hold on, is Chad having a hard time with this idea of doing politics? As far as I can tell, this seems like a semantic complaint. This is not in line with the colloquial use of the term. Wish I had a dictionary for this, chat. And then chat says, girl, you're focused on semantics, saying she does politics. So a stream is only political if the people involved are doing politics, even if they are discussing politics and political figures. Is that how it is? If I got on chat And I talked about plastic surgery, and would I be a plastic surgeon? Would I be a medical professional? If I got on chat and talked about medical stuff, would I then be a medical professional? If I talked about therapy on my channel, would I be a therapist? Would I be in therapy industries? If I just made content about therapy, would I then be considered somebody in the industry for mental health? Do I have training? Did I go to school? Do I have an association? Is there credibility to my name? Or am I just another fucking grifter on TikTok pretending that I'm a therapist, right? Which is why I don't do therapy on my channel, right? I don't do therapy on my channel because I don't have any credentials to do therapy. I'm not in the industry. I don't work with professionals, right? Chat said, is there such a thing as a political professional if everything is political? Okay, when we say everything is political, guys, that means everything is impacted by politics. Yes? Do you know that? For the love of fuck. Do you know that? When we say everything is political, we mean everything is impacted by policy. Because we have a society. We live in a society. That's what that means. It doesn't mean everything you do is political. It's not. Everything you do is impacted by policy. It's different. I feel like sometimes you guys are hearing, when you hear everything is political, you're hearing like sex is inherently political. That's not what we're talking about. Sex exists and then politics impacts sex. Water exists and then politics impacts water. Politics comes second. We exist first, politics happens second. So when we say everything is political, we don't mean everything starts off political. We mean politics impacts everything because policy has a hand in society. Do we understand? I just need to understand that we understand this. It's like saying there's no ethical consumption under capitalism. It's not for everyone to get permission to consume and overconsume. It's to bring compassion to people who have no choice because they live in hard situations. You know, one time I was doing my my level system and someone said, oh, Brittany's a scientist. I'm not a scientist because I'm doing philosophy. Because when people say, oh, you're a scientist, that evokes a very specific thing in their head, right? Right? So again, like when we have these conversations, you have to be careful when you say like, oh, Brittany's a political commentator. No, I am not. I don't do politics. I talk about politics, I vote, I protest. I am not a political commentator. If you send people to my channel and they're like, Brittany's, oh, this is a really good example, actually. I got a comment in my chat. I get this comment sometimes from people who say like, oh, Brittany's such a narcissist. She just talks about herself when they come onto a political video. Because I'm not a vlogger, they're like, why are you talking about politics and making it about yourself? Even when I did that interview with Do Not Worry podcast, James, I think his name was, he asked like, you talk about yourself a lot. And I was like, because I'm not a political commentator. If I was doing political commentary, I wouldn't talk about myself so much. I'm doing philosophy. I'm talking about my life. My channel is about Brittany's opinions. If I was a political commentator, of course, I wouldn't be talking about my life in the way that I do. It would be separate from the work I was doing. So when you as the viewer think I'm bad at my job, you're bad at your job of being a viewer. You don't even know what you're watching. It's like people who used to watch Stephen Colbert's satirical show and think it was real. Do you know there were conservatives that used to think Stephen Colbert's show, where he pretended to be a conservative, was real? That's what you sound like. You sound like those people who are like, oh yeah, he's a Republican. He's satirical. He's satirical. It's satire. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's so funny. And again, it's not to my main audience. My main audience is smart and amazing, introspective and beautiful and 10 out of 10s. I'm talking to the randos that show up in this chat who think they know what's up. You don't. You're stupid. Okay? And you're stupid because all you consume is stupid fucking content all fucking day. Well, the rest of us have book clubs and documentary watch parties and we're fucking introspecting and doing the work. Okay? I'm not talking about my main audience. You're beautiful, obviously. We're talking about the fucking stupid ones who come in out of nowhere from some boy bubble and they're like, oh my God, Brittany doesn't know how to do politics. Because I'm not doing politics, stupid. Okay? Right? Do we understand? Okay? Do we understand? Do we have questions? Okay? Chat said, could they mean you're political while not identifying with someone who is doing politics? Like, example, someone came into my chat and they said, hold on. Let me see if I can find it. This one. Oh my God, this person's so fucking stupid. Just so you know, we do copy and paste your comments into the Discord and we make fun of you because it's so stupid. Why isn't it showing me the full comment? Hold on, I gotta show it to you. Hold on. Let's see. Oh my God. Okay, this, let me see. Oh my God, they commented so much. Hold on. I think it's this one. Okay. So they go, who did you support over Plattner? And this person said, no one. Where we will ever find, oh no, where will we ever find one? And then this person said, she's not from Maine. And they said, you're not answering my question. And they said, that's fine. A lot of people support and denounce Plattner don't live in Maine. Who does she support over Plattner? Me. They want to know who Brittany Simon supported over Plattner. Me. Why would you ask me who I supported in Maine? Why would you ask me that? Because they think I'm a political creator. If I was in politics, I would have a candidate ready for you. Because that would be my job. Because that's why I say I don't do politics. I am not, my job is not in politics. I do not work in politics. I do not work in politics. I work in ethics. I work in morals. I work in philosophy. Okay? So when you say, like, who did you support over Plattner? I'm not a political commentator. That's not my job. We can't all do the same job, guys. We cannot all do the same job. You sound like Republicans that are like, shut up and dribble. You sound like Laura fucking Ingraham. You know, it's like, that's what you sound like on the inverse. Why in the world would you ask Brittany Simon who to vote for in Maine? Why would you ask me that question? You also want to know who I'd vote for in Kentucky, in Louisiana, in Colorado? Would you like to know about that? Okay? Like, why are you asking me this fucking question? It's so stupid. And then they try to have a conversation in chat, right? And they're like, and this person responds, and I think they're avoiding the question. And they're like, wait, is that who she supported or somebody you find cool? Like, don't they see what's going on? You know? It's just one of those things, okay? It's one of those things that people aren't getting. Like, why are you asking me or my chat? Why would you ask a rando? This is why Trump is president, okay? Chat says, calling people stupid feels unkind. I don't know if name calling is constructive response. Given the context of the situation, I think it's deeply appropriate. We're talking about misogyny and rape and racism and homophobia and transphobia. We're talking about rape. We're talking about bigotry. We're talking about killing children in foreign countries. I think it's appropriate to say you're fucking stupid. It's so fucking serious. And the worst insult I could come up with is you're stupid. You're lucky I didn't say anything else. You are stupid. And it's fucking ruining the world. Your ignorance, your stupidity is 100% killing people. It's ruining people's lives. You are ruining people's lives because you won't fucking get it together. So yes, to all the adults in the room, to all the grown-ups in the room, you are so fucking stupid that I have to walk on eggshells, that I have to be kinder to you than you would ever be to a marginalized person who is begging for the simplicity of their humanity to be recognized. Yeah, you're fucking stupid. You're cruel. You're disgusting. You're evil. And yet I have hope that one day you might change because I think you're capable. I think you are more than capable of being a better person. But you won't become a better person, and that makes you stupid. And it is hurting people. Okay? This is the kindest thing I could say to you, that you are being stupid. I am being so deeply kind right now. This is the kindest thing that I could say to you, is that you're being stupid. There are other things I've heard people call you. There are other ways people have come at you. I will never dox you. I will never put your kids on screen. I will never call CPS on you, but you are fucking stupid. I will never do so many of the things that the internet would do to you, but I will tell you this right now, you are so fucking stupid. And your stupidity is getting people killed. It is ruining people's lives. Okay? You're being so fucking stupid. That is absolutely the kindest thing I could say to these people. Okay? The absolute kindest thing I could say right now. Maybe in a future conversation, I'll use a different word. But for this conversation here in this context, you're fucking stupid. Okay. Chat says, what is this called again? Like the thing where people, some people, optics is more important. It's respectability politics. Is that what it is? See, I'm not a political girly. This is where politics would come in, right? Okay. So again, when we're having these conversations, you know, when we have these conversations, maybe in different contexts, you wouldn't call people, yeah, tone policing. That's a good one, tone policing, right? Okay. But stupid is a pretty neutral term in society, unless we're going to change it. Okay. Ignorant, use whatever word you want that says it. Ill-informed. But I don't need to pull punches on people that are getting people killed. And yet I'm not engaging in the same ruthless behavior I would not advocate towards. Calling someone stupid, tolerable. Okay, doxing them, saying, you know, you deserve to die. No, I will never advocate for you to be killed. I will never advocate for you to be imprisoned falsely. I will never advocate for you to have harm committed to you. But me calling you stupid is not committing a harm. It's pointing out the obvious. It's an observation. It is a factual observation given the context of the conversation. And we're talking about adults in the room, okay? Because as a child, did you ever grow up and look at the adults and realize like, oh my God, they're fucking stupid? That's how this feels right now. Like being a child and realizing the adults in the world are, oh my God, you're all fucking dumb. Like you're literally ruining people's lives because you're too stupid to know the difference between a band who has an image and people who are causing harm. And then it goes on to all of us. All of us are stupid. I have been stupid. Again, I use the same language towards myself that I would use towards you. And yes, there are times to be radically kind, but this is stupid. Okay? And we got to be able to say it's stupid. I'm not advocating for more than that, obviously. Right? Jess says, I think because people aren't expanding the conversation out to larger impacts, the language seems harsh. But when we expand the convo out, it's light work. Exactly. It's light work. That's what I'm saying. Okay? That's what I'm saying. Okay? When we have these conversations, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying you're acting like we're not talking about the fucking genocide of a population, women getting their rights taken away, gay people being targeted. You act like we're talking about something fucking casual. We're talking about the fate of the universe, okay? And the fate of your life. We're talking about millions and billions of people. We're talking about, we just watched people get their homes taken away because of data centers. We're talking about a crisis of humanity, and you're out here saying like, oh, maybe we shouldn't call people stupid. I mean, maybe they should be stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, talk about reading the room. When we're talking about kindness, what's more kind than telling your mother you're being fucking dumb right now, given the context of the situation? Okay? What am I supposed to pull my punches for adults for? Adults. I'm not talking to kids, bro. I'm talking to serious, like, adults who have your whole future in their hands. You're lucky that I stop at stupid. Okay? Come on now. Don't try to play like you're the bigger, better person right now because you won't call someone stupid. You're pulling your punches. In the context of the conversation, you're pulling your punches for what? Who is this going to serve? Is he going to pick you yet? Will they love you yet? Are they going to vote for you yet? Are they going to advocate for you yet? Are they going to seriously feed your kids yet? Okay? You know how strict I am against violence. You know how strict I am about harm reduction. But what is harmful about calling it out for what it is? You know what I'm saying? Come on now. Come on. Right? There's no reason. Okay, what's happening in chat, girls? You not getting along? What's happening? Okay? Hold on. What's going on here? Who's the problem? Let me see. Let's see. Who's the problem here? And this is micro talk, right? Like, so we're talking about the micro. We're talking about direct harm, right? We're not talking about the greater existence of like, we're all soup in a can. I'm talking about micro shit right now. We're talking about real fucking shit that impacts people today, right? You said expanding on your point helped me understand your perspective. I guess it felt like punching down since you were discussing commenters and saying you make fun of them with your comment community. But they are public comments at the end of the day. And they're not in my community. They're fucking bigots who find my channel and decide to fucking write some racist fucking shit or sexist fucking shit. Guys, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about bigoted men, racist fucking men, pro-rape men who show up in my comments and expect me not to fucking screenshot that shit and share it in the Discord. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about serious fucking losers who are going to literally fucking cause so much harm. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Read the room. Know the content you're walking into. Were you here for the beginning of stream? Did you see the comments I covered? In which way is this acceptable? They are the ones downplaying misogyny and racism, and I'm calling them stupid, and now you're like, Brittany, be nice. Right? Think about what you just walked into. A marginalized woman advocating for people who they are punching. They are bullying other people. And I'm like, absolutely not on my watch. And then you're sitting here telling me to be nicer to the bully. Absolutely not. Absolutely fucking not. Okay? I'm not talking about my commenter. Okay? I'm not talking about people in my community that are really trying. I'm talking about people who show up in my chat and call me a narcissist because I share my life story with you to help you. I'm talking about people who tell me like, it's so obvious that you just want these boys to approve of you. Absolutely not. I'm talking about people who come to my chat and say black people deserve to get shot because they have attitudes. Absolutely not. We're talking about gay people who are attacked in my comment section or trans people because people decided that it's a sin in their Bible. Absolutely not. Not on my fucking watch. We're talking about people who come into my chat and say, oh my God, look at that fucking perv flag she has. This is how you know she has a bad take. Absolutely not. You're stupid. Bigotry makes you stupid, bro. That's who we're talking about today. Okay? That's who we're talking about today. Okay? I'm not advocating for them to get hurt. I don't want to see anyone get hurt. Even bigoted people, even evil people. I'm not advocating for that. Me calling them stupid is kind. Okay? That's it. And I want to make it clear that that's how I feel, because sometimes people come into my chat and they say, Brittany, I don't see you combating these comments, so I think you approve of them. Not only do I not approve of them, but fuck, I'm in a rock and a hard place, girlies. I'm in a rock and a hard place. If I keep banning every single comment, if most of the world is fucking stupid and most of the world is bigoted, then most of the ways that I end up making money is from bigoted people being on my channel, making comments. Do you know what I'm saying? And most of the content I can make is about those bigoted people. So now I have people in my chat saying, Brittany, I think you're approving of these comments because I don't have the spoons to combat every stupid comment. So let me make a video clip for you so you know, not only do I see your stupidity, but I'm most likely going to ban you, even if at the detriment of my own channel. Do you know what I'm saying? It's a really weird place to be on the internet and realize that you are sacrificing your career from success if you limit comment sections. Because haters are how you grow, right? It's crazy. It's crazy the little bubble that we're in, but here we are. That's why I say like, absolutely not, right? Okay, what's going on in this chat, girls? What's happening? What's happening? Okay, hold on. What's happening? What's going on in my chat? I'm just scrolling up. Let me see. I can answer questions. If somebody has a problem, you can talk to me. You don't have to talk to my chat, right? Don't, hold on. Do you have a question I can answer? And if not, I'll decide. Hold on. Is it this person? Let me look at their comment history. Let me see. Is this the person you guys are mad at? Let me see. Okay, you put a flip-off emoji in the chat. That's not allowed. Hold on, I'm reading the comments. What's happening? I don't... They're calling me bad faith because I asked another chatter question. I mean, are you being bad faith? Where are you from? Have you been watching the content? I feel like you have, right? Hold on. Ask me the question. I guess they've been here before, but not like this, and they feel ganged up on. Yeah, I was going to say, don't I recognize this username? Chat said, if that's not allowed, I won't post anymore. That's my favorite emoji. Yeah, because when you flip people off in chat, that's bad faith. You can't flip people off in a community and say, I'm a friend. Are you a part of the community or are you not? Like, are you chill or are you not? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, this is some of the most, like, you're flipping a finger at, like, some of the best people in my community. You know what I'm saying? Like, you went to the, like, you're attacking, like, core people in the community that, like, are based as fuck. So now when you flip them off, it just looks, like, really weird. You know? You said, no, I'm not being bad faith. They just don't agree with me, so I'm bad faith now. It was something about their line of reasoning on a specific topic. Okay. Do you have a question for me? Can I help you? That way you don't have to talk to chat. Do you want to ask me the question? Sassy's just focusing on semantics of you being political or not. Yeah, I know. Ask me then. Ask me the question. They're not saying topic question, just annoying everyone. I've seen them before and they've made me feel unsafe today. Well, if you want to ask me the question, I can try to answer it. Oh, that was me trying to get out of the conversation at that point. Okay, then you can do that too. But yeah, don't flip people off in the chat and then expect people to be like, oh, they're chill, you know? Chat says, I'm new here and I really appreciate the channel and the work you do and the ability to open, honest, and spreading good values. Well, you know, trying. I think this started with the question on whether or not you were political or not. Yeah, so again, guys, just to bring this full circle, this very passionate rant, okay? I'm not a political commentator. I do comment on politics because I comment on ethics, and politics is about ethics, but I'm a philosophy channel. And if randos from political communities comment to my channel and don't know my content and think I'm stupid, you're stupid because your bigotry is showing, because you're in my chat talking about how these men who openly say they're misogynistic, who openly say they have problems, aren't misogynistic, and that, you know, I'm crazy for pointing it out. Absolutely not. Okay. So again, I want you just to process that information, that you have an obligation, if you are an adult, to understand the content you are seeing and to really put it into the right category, because otherwise you will cause more unnecessary harm in the universe by saying, oh, Brittany's really bad at politics. Do you think maybe that's not because I'm not a politician? Do you maybe, because I don't work in politics? Do you maybe think that's because it's not my job? Okay. Again, I'm also bad at basketball. Do you see me playing for the WNBA? That's literally like watching me like play basketball for fun. Okay. And then what, right? That's at a bit of a double standard if you were saying people are abusive, but now others can't feel unsafe. LOL, stop responding. This is going anywhere. What are we talking about? Hold on. Britt, I think the other side of this convo is the use of the word dumb and stupid to have roots in ableism, which is another system of oppression. I think we should consider combating it. For sure. Like, okay, so here's the thing. Generally, every word has some connection. The word ignorant, connection to white supremacist roots, right? The word dumb and stupid, absolute connection to ableism. Give me a word that is the right word to use and I will use it. Tell me what it is right now. I'll do it. The question is, what word am I going to use that makes sense colloquially and works for the people that I'm trying to combat and avoids this thing? I can't say the word ignorant. It literally has ties to white supremacy. Okay? Dumb and stupid, I hear you. What's the word? Okay? What's the word? Okay. What is it? And for the record, guys, the fact that the chat is a mess is the reason the world can't make it work either. Chat said racist. Okay, but what if they're being misogynistic? Okay, so then you're saying, but that doesn't matter. Like, I'm talking about their intelligence. I'm not talking about their IQ. I am talking about their ability to introspect. But when you say introspect, it doesn't work. When you guys use words that sound nice, it confuses it. This isn't about fucking dark woke either. Think about what we're saying. Think about the word we're using. Okay? Like, think about what we're saying. Saying somebody is unwise is not enough. Saying someone is educated is not enough. You have to say the right word in the right way to get it to trigger if it does anyways. Okay? Saying that's stupid is a pretty typical word. If we would like to change it, we can. Obtuse is too fucking smart, guys. Come on, lock in. Discord says obtuse. Obtuse? 6th grade reading level obtuse? Now that's being obtuse. You're being obtuse. You want me to explain to 6th grade reading level Americans obtuse? Girls, you're too damn smart. You're too damn smart for the world, girlies. Yeah, uneducated is also classist. That's what I'm saying. Like, we're too fucking smart, so we don't know how to talk to people. But we're too smart, but we're not smart enough. You know what I'm saying? Dim-witted? Hell no, that's ableist as fuck. Idiot? Ableist? Fuck no. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Hell no, we can't use those words. Foolish is a good word, but what is foolishness? It's a religious word. Foolishness is attached to the Bible. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what are we talking about here? If I even say you have a 6th grade reading level, there's an aspect to it that's also just classist and racist. We're not giving, you know what I'm saying? Silly? You're being silly for being racist? You silly guy. Racism is so silly. Tee-hee. You know what I mean? Tee-hee. Oh my God, misogyny, you're so silly. Look, I'm not a perfect person, okay? But come on, like, you know what I'm saying? We're at a very serious, like, we're trying to have a serious conversation. This thing is just fucking, you know what I mean? Asinine? They don't even know what that means, girl. They think you're talking about ass. They're like, asinine? Like my butt? No, girl. You silly Billy. You're such a silly Billy. You know? Oblivious? That just sounds like a sexist word, though, because women are so oblivious because they're airheads, they're blondes. Look, words mean things, and sometimes words need to evolve, but we do, you know, weird? Oh, why are you being so weird? Weird is attached to ableism as well. Because weirdo is used towards kids who are ostracized, gay, trans, disabled, autistic. There was a whole video I wanted to show you about a conservative mother saying, parents, don't let your kids be weird because they'll get bullied. And like, that's attached to all of these problems, you know? Right? So again, when we have this conversation, right? Just as I don't know if the word stupid is the problem, I want to meditate on this, but I feel as if the way you engage in dialogue matters too. For sure. Listen, I could have come on today's stream and been calm as fuck and be like, anyways, guys, listen, I just want you to know that when you leave racist and misogynistic comments, I think you're being super ignorant and silly Billy. And I just feel like you're being super fucking obtuse because like the world is suffering and like there's like a genocide happening. And I really feel like you just need to like take a chill pill and like read a book maybe. Can I recommend some of my faves, bros? I know you voted for Trump, but I really feel like if you read this book about feminist literature from the 1970s, you're like really gonna have your mind blown. And especially if you like smoke a little fucking hash at the same time, bro. You know, like that'd be really fucking cool of you. Like maybe you should consider it and like get back to me and let me know if it works. Chet said, here's the topic. Do we actually hate the bad word or just the connotation of it? We hate ourselves. We hate everything. It's us. We're the problem. It's us. We're the problem. That's what I'm saying. We're the problem. I'm the problem. You're the problem. We are the problem. That's what I'm saying. We are the problem. Okay? We're the problem. So what do? We do our best. Okay? We do our best. But we are the problem. That's why we don't have this answer. That's why we don't know. You know what I mean? Chat said cunt is too misogynistic. We're not Australian, girl. We can't be out here calling people, you know. You know what I mean? I don't think any of us are Australian enough for that. You know what I mean? Chat said as somebody new, it is alarming sometimes the language used by Brit, not knowing at first she's an ally, not knowing who she was at first. I felt she was lecturing white liberal at first impression. I'm always, well, oh, she was a lecturing white liberal. Listen, I get it, you know. But the point is, and I think this is the problem, and this is why people, by the way, do collabs with problematic people, so they can see where you're coming from and see your opinions and see you combat fascistic people, so people know if you're a good one. It's like, listen, I want you to be less violent, more wholesome, more loving, more compassionate, but do not show up in my fucking chat, non-community members, and think you are not the problem. Like, the world cannot be the way it is without all of us being the way that we are. Okay? If you smash plates every day in your living room, you are going to run out of plates. You can't sit there and say, why are we running out of plates? I don't know, maybe because you smashed them all. Okay? Let me just tell you, want to talk about my life right now? Let me tell you what is like added on to the irony of living in the world. Taking out the trash is an ordeal. Okay? We had these old dumpsters in which there were many, and anybody could dump anywhere. Yeah? And still, people managed to fill up the first dumpster. Let me draw you a fucking picture about how stupid people are. And absolutely the problem with the world, okay? You're absolutely all the fucking problem. Me too, though, right? Everything I say also applies to me. Okay. So we used to have dumpsters that look like this. Okay? And they were for different waste, okay? These two were for trash, okay? These two were for trash. Okay, this was recycle and this was like paper, okay? Everybody would just put the trash in this first dumpster. And then it would fill up. And then it would fill up so much, it was like hanging out. And then this second dumpster, which was right next door, would be fucking empty. Why? 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 How much easier did they need to make it? How much easier did they have to make it? And yet adults cannot figure out to throw trash into the second bin. So then people in the community started to pull up flyers saying, please dump trash in the second bin. It's right there for this reason. Stop just using the first bin. So my partner and I had already made that decision as a family. We already decided to do that as a family, okay? That we were going to throw it in the second bin because we noticed it was getting full. Then we saw the flyer and thought, oh, good, somebody had the same thought we did. And it still didn't matter. Okay. Right? Okay. Very frustrating because, again, I loved when I first moved to Croatia and all the bins were accessible everywhere, anywhere in the whole neighborhood, anywhere I was walking, anybody could throw anything everywhere. Now they've updated the system. And a lot of the bins in Croatia are a mix of anyone can throw anything anywhere, and you have to have a special card to open up the dumpster. But the dumpsters are designed to get fucked. So now, whoever built these dumpsters, I hope your pillow is always warm and everything you taste for the rest of your life tastes bitter. Because I cannot believe you so inefficiently created these dumpsters. The mechanism doesn't make sense. The trash doesn't naturally dump to the back of the dumpster, so it piles up and gets stuck. So within 2 days of it being freed, somebody's filled it up already, and you will see people walking to the trash and walking their trash back. I can't tell you how many times my partner has had to walk the trash back into our apartment because there's nowhere to throw our trash out because the thing is jammed. And this is what I'm saying about the world. We can't even get trash bins to work. We can't even get people to throw their trash in the right bin. Of course the world is a mess. Of course the world is a mess, right? I'm saying this is why you have to radically accept the world is the way that it is, because we can't even do this correct. And that's okay. It is what it is. It's frustrating. It's annoying. The apartment smells like trash. It's annoying. It's so frustrating to watch my neighbors walk to the dumpster, go, and then walk back to their apartments. It's even more frustrating to see my neighbors get annoyed and throw their trash outside, which then the raccoons or whatever animal gets into, and then all of a sudden there's trash all over the street. Yeah, that shit is so fucking annoying. Okay? And that's what I'm saying about the world when people ask me, what do you mean the world is the way that it is because people are the way that they are? The world is the way that it is because we are the way that we are. And if the world was going to be different, it would make, we would have to be different. Okay? Chances everyone else has to deal with it, and people who need it don't. And you know the irony, and I don't know exactly what you're saying, but just to expand on this idea, right? Like, we have to deal with each other. And it's a lot to deal with you. And I'm happy to do it every day because you're my favorite burden. The world would be such a lonely and empty place without you. But Jesus fucking Christ, I still have to deal with you. And that is the reality for all of us. I'm more than happy to be a villager, but Jesus, sometimes the village makes me want to fucking burn it all to the ground. Okay? And at the same time, this is why I say you must rest. This is why I'm saying you must take a break. This is why I'm saying you must meditate. Because these are the true contradictory truths you have to live with all the time. I love you. My life would be empty without you. I need a fucking break. We are all so fucking annoying. Okay, we're annoying with the way we drive. If I see one more fucking person driving and filming themselves or live on TikTok, oh my God. This man, I was watching this man's YouTube channel the other day. He was filming, eating, vlogging, and he had a child in the back. Girl! Hello? And yet, when I think of scenarios in which all human beings are gone and I'm on the planet alone, I get so sad. No more art, no more music, no more shared laugh, no more looking at each other and saying like your clothes, girl. No more sharing food or culture. Oh, how devastating. You know? Like how fucking, what would be the point of existing? You know? So you are my absolute favorite burden. All of humanity is. But holy shit, are we fucking stupid. And that's why I say radical acceptance is also accepting that we are the problem. And then understanding that that's also kind of what makes us us, you know? So we got to do what we got to do to make the world a better place. But I promise you it starts with liberating your spirit. Being annoyed at the right things, calling out the right injustice, and creating solutions to fix it. So one of the solutions we decided was not to leave our trash outside and to bring it back into the apartment, where then my apartment smells like trash, which is very fucking annoying. But I refuse to leave it on the sidewalk for it to get torn open and for litter to get everywhere. And for all the people that decided to do that, unless there is some real extreme reason, don't do that. Okay? Unless, you know, but you're thinking, well, I'm annoyed, I'm going to make it someone else's problem. But that's the problem. You know, this is why we've become reasonable complainers. Okay? Email people, get people involved, ask your community how they're doing, see if we can do something to fix it. But taking it out on the community is unnecessary because that's what you're doing. When you get so frustrated, you dump it. Now the community has to deal with it. You know, and I'm saying none of us are happy about the situation. So let's do the right thing, even if it's annoying. Okay? I think there's this idea that people are like, oh, I guess you're happy to just take your trash back into the apartment. No, I'm not fucking happy about it. It's pissing me off. Okay? But I'm not going to leave it outside either. I'm not going to dump and litter. Here we are saying I don't believe in littering, and here you are dumping trash. You know? So there we are. Okay? So do your best by doing less bad every day. Okay? Now, does anybody have any questions? Because I will answer them. I am right here. I am available for you. I doubt I have any haters in the chat right now. I mostly probably have either new community members, people that are interested. But if anybody needs clarification, I'm here for you. I'm literally right here. This is my job, girlies. So ask your questions. You have literal access. I'm offering you my spoons. Okay? Let me know. Let me see. I'm reading chat. Chet says, there's also something I think I disagree with Brit on. I believe in free will, but it's very unlikely. We will show our matter tend towards entropy. There's something I think I disagree with Brit on. I believe in free will. Order requires AE extra energy, hence inertia apathy is usually a standard unless pushed into action. So you don't believe in free will. Wait. I believe in free will? How can you believe in free will and then follow it up with what you just said? Order requires extra energy, hence why inertia and apathy is usually the standard. So you don't have free will. Interesting. You said missing context. What do you think that free will comes from? What is free will to you? Do you think... I think you can only make the choices you can make in the moment. I.e., free will, the way that it's talked about, is an insinuation that you have full control over your choices. Which, if possible, like, how do you even prove that? Because who's controlling your choices? Right? If you're a biological creature who evolved on a planet who's, you said overcoming the rules of physics. Can you fly? What do you mean by that? Overcoming the rules of physics? I'm not sure what that means. I think you can make the choices you can make in the moment and no other choice except that. Right? Chet says, would love to hear if you have any updated thoughts on your levels philosophy. I love it and would love to hear more from you. Yeah, I want to do an updated video. Chet says, you mentioned before yelling until your voice is gone. I have a friend who had to stop talking. I had to stop talking to after he supported Trump. He wants to reconnect, but I don't know how. Yeah, I think you would have to ask what would be the purpose of that connection. You know? Is it because they're no longer a Trump voter? Is it because they regret it? Is it because they want to change their mind? Do you see them as somebody you would like to grow old with, somebody you would like to know for a long time? That's what I would ask, right? I would say, okay, well, like, do I want this person in my life? Is the connection worth the effort? Is this meaningful to me, to us? It's a relationship. It takes two of you. And then, like, what is the purpose of this connection, right? And then does it make sense? Right? Let's see. Hold on, I saw something. And the reason I don't say free will, guys, okay, right? Chet says, would you say that we are slaves to our mind then, Brit? No. We are not slaves to our mind. We are not slaves to anyone or anything. We are in relationship to something. Philosophically speaking, this goes back to, I think, patriarchal religious frameworks. Because what you're doing is you're saying something is bigger than me. And I'm saying nothing is bigger than you. You don't exist. You are an experience in the present moment. So when you say, like, I'm a slave, you're not a slave. You're having an experience. That's why, like, I'm having an experience that my brain is processing, that my body is processing. But there isn't something greater than that is in control of me, because the me that is I is this, right? Chet said, are we slaves to capitalism? So, non-philosophically, non-macro thinking, on the micro, you can have structural oppression that would be called slavery. So then you could say, on the micro, what we define as slavery is XYZ. on the macro, in terms of philosophy, what you're engaging with is sort of more or less like a force meeting a force. So you would say not on the macro that we are slaves to capitalism, but rather that we are in relationship to it. Right? Or yeah, Chad said enslaved, not slaves, right? So like there's like this idea of like, because everything is a construct created through well, that's the other part of veganism that comes into this conversation that I've been really deconstructing, is like this concept that human beings are at the center of the universe. That's not just through veganism, by the way, but it helps if you haven't thought about it. So through the levels, the center of the universe would be more or less like something outside the planets. If you take it to the micro and you learn that humans are at the center of the universe, you can remember that like humans exist, non-human animals, or plants exist, or trees exist, or dirt exists, and you can remember that like, oh yeah, they got here the same as me. And then if they're the same as me, then what is the I that feels like I am more special or focused on than the rest of it? But that's micro thinking. So like that's a good example of like you know, the micro macro differences. And that's why I say you kind of zoom in and out. You're kind of like constant introspection, extrospection is like zoom in, zoom out, zoom in, zoom out, and you're checking data. You're like, oh, here's what let me zoom out. Okay, let me zoom back in. Okay. It's like, you know, when you're having an argument with somebody and you're getting really heated and you zoom out for a second, you're like, hey, you're yelling. He's like, I'm not yelling. Okay. Hey, bro, it's like you zoom in, observe the situation, zoom back out. Like zoom in, zoom out. You know what I'm saying? Does that kind of make sense? Okay. Yeah, Chad, I agree, actually. To this chatter who said, I'm not being bad faith, whatever, you write like a fucking troll. You write like somebody who's not listening. You reply to comments like you're not thinking. And I think my chat was right about you. I think you're bad faith. And the reason I say that is because one of the chatter above was sharing about their dating experience. Your solution was, in my mind, given the context of what I know, inappropriate. You know what I mean? So like, that's what's interesting. You know what I mean? So you're kind of, I don't know what you're doing there, buddy. You know? Like, it just feels like you're not thinking about stuff. You're just typing. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Like, why would you write this? I don't get it. I don't know why. Maybe it's just like the way you type. I don't know. It's weird. It's like interesting. Wait, why'd you write cult vibes, girl? To who? Because you've been in my chat too, giving attitude as well. Are you talking to me that I'm a cult leader? Or are you talking about their cult? Because I'm right here right now. If you want to squash the beef, squash it. You know what I mean? What do you mean? Because sometimes when I correct commenters, people are like, oh, Brittany decides who, yeah, you're calling me a cult. You're saying I'm running a cult, right? Yeah, like you had issues with me in chat the other day, right? I thought we squashed our beef. Did we do autistic on autistic crime together? Didn't we squash the beef, you and I, in chat? So what's the beef right now? Why are you coming at me with so much like cult vibes? Like, why would you say that? You know I'm a person, I can hear you, right? You know I'm a girly, right? You say, give me a sec. I'm about to get a fucking novel, bro. I'm about to get a fucking novel. You know what I mean? What do you mean, cult vibes, girl? Grow up. Grow the fuck up, guys. That's not what a cult is. That's what I'm saying. This is not a cult. Just because you're not welcomed in a space doesn't mean it's a cult. Sometimes you're an asshole. It's like everybody wants to be a fucking asshole, and then everybody wants to claim they just don't have a space somewhere. Bro, come on. Can we be fucking serious here? Man, all these new chatters, bro, this is why I hate getting popular, because all these fucking weirdos find me and they're not fucking serious. And I don't mean weirdo like derogatory, but I mean weirdo like, girl, grow the fuck up. Like, I hate getting popular. Ugh. I got so annoyed this week when my videos were doing well. I'm like, it's like I want to stabilize my job, but like, you know what I mean? You said I was defending you. You were defending me as a cult leader? Didn't you just say you're a cult leader? Wait, am I misunderstanding? You said I'm defending you, you're a cult, but you're confusing. Everybody thinks you just called me a cult leader. That's like calling the black community a cult because they don't want white people there. Listen, I don't know what's happening. Honestly, girls, I can't read Toad in this chat. But I'm here, so if you want to talk about it, you know what I mean? Brit suffering from success. Honestly, though, first world problems. Thank you. I'm so glad I'm successful, but Jesus Christ. Jazz, I'm just living my life and you're telling me my writing style is a troll. Like, what do I even say to that? I don't know. Fucking check yourself, meditate on it, make sure it's not true. You just pissed off my whole community. You just pissed off my whole community. Don't you think that's a moment of reflection? Where's the introspection, Habibi? If a whole community of people is like, hey, bro, you're being weird, maybe introspect, be like, shit, did I say something? Did I do something? Am I the problem? But instead, you're not. You're like, nah, can't be me. You know what I mean? Like, what? You just pissed off the whole community. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now. You know, Chess said good faith requires effort on both sides and asking genuine questions. With the original question, follow-ups didn't sound good faith. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. That, even your question right there isn't good faith. How do you don't see it though because you're not trained, because the world doesn't train us. Look, you're not a bad person probably, but you're not actually thinking, right? You're just typing. You said I'm not in control of anyone's emotions. You're in control of yours. You're in control of yours. And even then, who knows? Okay? That's what I'm saying. Like, everything you're saying is so liberal Republican of you. You sound like a conservative. Well, I'm not in charge of people's feelings. It's not my fault if people are snowflakes. It's not my fault if people are sensitive. Girl, like, are you a conservative? You're giving conservative. You know what I mean? Like, you're not thinking it through because you're just typing. Think about it. Just pause for 5 fucking seconds and think, okay, hold on. What did I do? Why did they think this? Usually an apology comes like this, especially if you're trained femme growing up. I'll just give you some hints. Oh my God, I'm so sorry and embarrassed, guys. I'm so sorry. That's definitely not my intention. I love being a part of this community. Give me a second. I just must be having a bad day when I'm communicating. You said you're projecting onto me, Brittany. Oh, Habibi, this is it. Thank you for being here. I wish you the best. Bye. Book. Ciao. Do Virginia. We tried. We tried, girl. The last literal hour and a half, we've been so fucking patient. Okay, book. Next, does anybody have any questions? Listen, I will answer all the questions. I'm not about, you know what I'm saying? But don't. Okay, so bye, chatter. Okay, we tried. Chat said, okay, this isn't a place for me if you're this self-righteous. Okay, bye, Habibi. Book. Do Virginia. Do Virginia. Book. Bye. 2 chatters. Bye. Blocked. Both of you blocked. 2 of you blocked. Bye. Book. Ciao. Anybody else want to get blocked? Okay. Chesa, what are some ways you find yourself trying to be less bad, at least generally speaking, in the last week or so? That's a great question, everybody. It's a great question. Chess says they didn't even have a question. They just wanted to insult people. Bro, that's what I'm saying. This is why I came off with this video today. This is why I needed to do this part of stream, because I have just brought in a group of chatters. Political audiences are the worst audiences. I stand by this. People who just consume political content all day, you are the worst people on the planet. Because you're not even consuming it because you care. You're consuming it like an audience at a gladiator. Like, you know what I'm saying? You guys, generally the political like audiences, they just love the blood sports. They're so fucking bored. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying, listen, if you're just consuming politics and you're not doing philosophy, you're not doing therapy, you're not doing, you know what I'm saying? Even in real life group, like even in real life communities, if everything you do is just political and you're not balancing it with art and hobbies and communicate, you know, community, Chess says, did you do a political collab or something? What's with the newbies? No, it's because of the Graham Plattner shit. I've been covering the Graham Plattner, the Emma Vigeland, like, it's because of the Anna Kasparian shit. It's literally this last week. Oh my God, these Hassan stuff, these political people are just, they're not balancing it, girls. You know what I mean? Like, there's no balance. But the grand planner shit brought people in, you know? Yeah, Chess says, I think they want to be singled out and feel special, good or bad. Oh, that's 100% a complex. Oh, yeah, that is 100%. I said this the other day to my Discord because there was a chatter and I wasn't sure about the chatter because sometimes I feel like I can't tell if people just want to be main characters in my chat. And so they want to have a story where they're like, Brittany Simon blocked me, or Brittany Simon did this, or Brittany Simon interacted. Girl, I don't know you. You're a username to me. So like, even though it feels special to you to piss me off, you're just words on a screen to me. To my haters, you are literally just words on a screen. But I think for them, it feels so real because they're like, oh my God, you know? It's crazy, you know? But I have to also talk about it because then I think there are really good faith people who are coming in who are confused about this like community. And that's the thing about YouTube is like, it's a community, yeah, but it's still a public space. You got to be careful, you know? Chet says, honestly, Brittany, about a month ago, I would have been exactly like this, but in therapy, I came to the realization that all I consumed was political content. It was bad for me, so I've been cutting it. Take a break, cut it, watch good political content. But if you watch a lot of the bad political content, it is going to impact your mental health. Guys, I was thinking about this, like one of the struggles of being a marginalized person online, the reason a lot of people, especially like Black and brown people, leave the internet eventually is because imagine coming to your job every day and reading hundreds of racist comments towards you. And then people are just like, that's a part of your job. That's just like literally your job. And I'm like, who else has to do this? Who else has to come to work and read hundreds of comments? And then the audience is like, well, don't read the comments. Okay, but then if I don't read the comments, then people are like, why don't you censor your comments? Because I would have to read them to censor them. So which one is it? Should I read all my comments or should I not read my comments? You know what I'm saying? When you build it, like, I might have to start putting a disclaimer and just say like, I'm only responding to member comments. But then if I only respond to member comments, I'm being a fucking elitist because then I'm only responding to people who pay me. And what about people who can't afford to pay me? They don't get to have their questions answered. So here's what I'm thinking about doing because I'm a solution-based girly. I'm thinking I'll put a disclaimer on all my videos saying the comment section is the wild, wild west. I'll do my best to censor, but sometimes I'll leave dissenting voices there or like not dissenting, but like negative voices there to show contrast. So you know that because like sometimes I will block all the negative comments and people are like, Brittany's making this up. She doesn't get any of this. It's not real. So then maybe I'll leave it, but I'll say that I'll respond to members and then on stream, I'll respond to anybody. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, girl, especially as I get more popular, because girls, realistically, if I'm going to be an artist, I have to make money. So I have to become more popular. Not a lot, thank goodness. Not a lot, but just a little bit. Because your girl has to, you know, figure out how to retire because I don't get a typical retirement like everybody else, which is a choice I've made being a creative. But then I have to really think about it. I can't literally stunt my own success because I don't want to deal with haters. You know what I'm saying? But I'll just block the haters. Okay. How do I ethically pull back and focus on doing less after jumping into the workplace politics for self-righteous reasons and overextending myself? Recalibrate. Yeah, recalibrate. Yeah. Like, first of all, the self-awareness is good. I think, how do I ethically pull back and focus on doing less after jumping into the workplace politics for selfish? I would just sit with yourself and you know, the cool thing about life is that it could be customized to you and you're always allowed to update. You can always start over. I mean, one of the greatest skills humans have is starting over. We know we can do this. We've done it 1,000 billion trillion times. So, sit down, make good decisions. Don't do anything rash. Don't jump, you know, think about it, but think about starting again in a way that makes sense for you. Maybe keep the job, but do it for right reasons. Maybe leave the job. Maybe, you know, recalibrate why we do what we do, change it up, change your perspective. But I think it's okay to go back to the drawing board. Ask yourself, okay, what do I need? What do I want? And how do I do that for the world? And how do I do that for myself? And then see where that guides you. You know, my therapist gave me this good advice. She said, go live a joyful life and accept whatever it ends up looking like. Because all of my life, I kept chasing a dream I had already written before I was joyful. And every time I got it, I was never happy. And she said, stop trying to be happy and just actually do what makes you happy. do what makes you joyful, and then accept whatever that looks like. And this is how my life turned out. It's pretty good. So that was pretty fucking good advice from her. So do that. That's great advice. Yeah, if I had planned my life, it wouldn't have looked like this. You know, it would have looked different. There would have been parts of it, but it would have looked different. You know? Right? Ted said, I'm trying to start over. I'm nervous and I'll probably have to go into debt, but I need to choose myself. Listen, going into debt is sometimes a part of survival. And it is just a reality of life. If you're going to get into debt, have a plan to get out of debt, right? But also understand that if you're in a survival mode, it is just what will happen. There will be a big enough emergency. Something bad will happen. Just do your best to get a loan at a small rate. Go to credit unions, take out personal loans, get good credit, but try to get the smallest percentage and then pay it off as soon as possible if you're really in that mode. Avoid debt at all costs if you can't afford it, okay? But if you have to, better for you to go into debt. I went to debt for my therapy, saved my life, never regret it. I'll never regret the $3,000 I spent on therapy because it was worth it. I'll never regret the interest I paid on that $3,000 because it saved my life, right? So worth it. Would I go into debt for therapy now? No, because I'm not in survival mode. I'm in living mode. So now I pay for therapy if I'm going to go to therapy in cash, right? I wouldn't put it on a credit card. But when I was in survival mode, fuck yeah, I did. Hell yeah, I did, bro. You know, hell yeah, I did. Just says debt is just a game rich people play. Learn the rules and you can play too. Okay, but you have to be rich first. Hold on, debt is a rich person's game because they're rich. Don't tell people making $20K a year to play a rich person's game. You're not rich. Sit down. Okay? You're not. Sit down. No one ever. Airline miles don't work. Sit down. Okay? My next commentary video is going to be about philosophy as it relates to money and how I got out of debt. But I'm telling you this right now. You're not rich. Don't play rich people games. You're poor. Okay? Poor people do not get to play rich people games. And also, honestly, you probably don't want to because they're kind of unethical, right? So don't do that. Let's see. Chat says, Britt, you want to explain who's got a better grasp of your interpretation of the biological creatures on planet thing? Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Where is it? Okay, from my understanding, Britt's definition is biological creatures on a planet. Basically, we collectively usually think and act with our lizard brain first. What's a lizard brain? What does that mean? Can you tell me what a lizard brain is? Because we don't have lizards' brains. We have human brains. So what do you mean by lizard brain? You know? Chet says, was it actually true that Hassan shocked his dog? I don't think so, but I don't know. Like, I heard the thing in October. We have no evidence that he shocked his dog, literally. Chet says, being pro-trans is not a good litmus test. Do you know how many Zionists are pro-trans? That's true. That's a good point, though. It's a good start. Okay, it's a good start, you know? Chet says, I wouldn't think Zionists would be pro-trans. Oh, Zionists are definitely pro-trans and pro-gay. Hell yeah. You know how many Zionists I met that are definitely down with the LGBTs? Hell, they are LGBT. Hell yeah. Definitely, yeah. But it's a good place to start. It's always a good place to start, you know? Chat said, I'm a little sad. Why was killing foreigners not good enough to get people to deconstruct on Grand Planners violence has been done to Americans? Because, hold on. Because it's hard to care about people that you don't know, see, smell. It's hard to care about your loved ones. I mean, it's hard to care. We have, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think when we look at this philosophically again, we have to zoom out and say, of course it's hard for people to care about people in different countries. We don't even care about our own kids. When I helped start one of the first GSA, Gay Straight Alliances, on my high school campus. My mother was one of the parents calling the school to get it taken down. I still have my yearbook photos of me and my friends in this photo, the first GSA on campus, Gay Straight Alliance. I'm a teenager. I'm basically closeted to everyone but my closest friends. And my mother is one of the moms calling the school and saying, this is disgusting. This shouldn't be on campus, even though our campus had one of the biggest Christian clubs ever. So just think about it from that perspective. From a really grown-up perspective, a radical acceptance perspective, just remember that, of course, people don't care about other people until they do, because that seems to be part of our evolutionary process, right? That seems to be a part of our basic predisposition until we introspect. Now, some people have different biological experiences for sure, where some people are less interested, they're like kinder, they're more apathetic, they're more involved, they're more neurotic. But with introspection, we can have a deeper relationship with our biological experience, which is what I recommend we try to do. Okay. Let me see. Hold on. Are we talking about lizard brains? I know what lizard brain is. I'm not, sorry. Guys. Okay. If I ask somebody in chat, like, oh, what do you mean by homophobia? And then you guys all started telling me what homophobia is. Do you think I don't know what lizard brain means? Or do you think I'm asking this person? I know you were trying to help. The road to hell is paved in good intentions. But multiple people in chat explaining to me what lizard brain means. I know. I know. I'm tired. I'm really tired today, girls. I'm sorry. I know. Listen. I don't actually have as much spoons today as I want, but I'm tired today. I feel like, okay. That's fine. That's beautiful, bro. I love us. Yeah, I know. So PS, great update on Indiana. We got to take her to a cardiologist. Girl, we even called surrounding nearby countries to see if they had a cardiologist. We found one available cardiologist at the moment, and not till next week. So if Indiana dies in the next 7 days, just know I'm going to be stressed. Okay. Yeah, Chad said she means, what does this person specifically mean by it? Yeah, like, Chad said, are you asking because you're worried I'm ableist? No, I'm asking because I don't know what you mean. I'm asking because I don't want to take for granted that I know how most people use it. I don't think when I say we're animals on a planet, I'm not saying anything about anything more than that. I'm not saying that we only care about eating, shitting, sleeping, sex. I'm not saying that we're born into the universe XYZ. I'm just saying it is a fact that we seem to be animals on a planet, right? So when you say, oh, Brittany means this, I'm saying there's nothing attached to it because we don't know. We only know the beginning part, that we seem to be biological creatures on a planet. We seem to be an animal. We seem to be XYZ. And then the question is, what does that mean? We don't know yet. So it seems to be that 8 billion people born on the planet, some babies are having completely different relationships with that existence or that relationship to existence. Like some people are having completely different relationships to what I even mean by words. And I'm not worried you're being ableist. I'm asking, like, what do you think it means when you say, oh, I think this is what Brittany means? You know, honestly, it would be so much easier sometimes if I could just take calls and people could get on Discord and I could hear your voice and we could talk it out. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about starting that ability. But, you know, Jess says, so would you, let's see, maybe you say animals and planets don't have a purpose on Earth either. Are you asking me or somebody else? Would you say that animals, again, the purpose insinuates, when we say like a purpose, when we say like, do we have a purpose? It insinuates two things. Either there's something greater than us that brought us into existence to give us purpose. This is the patriarchal religious framework. Or that biology inherently has some sort of expectation. So, okay, as an example, look at this. Hold on. Let's talk about veganism for a second. hold on. Okay, no, I got it. Listen, I got it. Listen, I got this. Okay, well, Chad said I was referencing the amygdala brainstem, but usually lizard brain is more easily understood. That's why I used it. Yeah, so, okay, hold on. I'm not the kind of person that's like, oh, we're only our brain, bro. So I think we inhabit a body, and the body has tools that allow us to perceive the body and our experiences, and you know, it makes sense of the world. Yeah. And attached to that is also the impact of the outside world in relation to us and us in relation to the world. We're having a multi-layered experience that is nuanced and unique to every single one of us. So what your comment is saying to me is that I want to make sure you're not thinking that I think that we all start off the same. I'm arguing that we're all having a completely different, yet similar and overlapping biological experience. And we first and foremost are part of the planet, much like anything else on the planet. We are not different or separate or special. We're unique in the sense that there's only one you and there's only one me. But ultimately, there are like billions of people who are just like me, who talk like me, look like me, have my thoughts. We have like the same lived experience. So many of my commenters are like, oh my God, Britt, I feel like our life has been the same. Yeah, that makes sense. With 8 billion people on the planet, there's at least 1 billion people who probably have the same exact life as Brittany Simon. Right? But we are having an experience that's predicated on the limitation of this thing. Right? So these are all the experiences, and all of them are different. So if I'm autistic and my brain has a filter on it that has a different experience, and you're having a different experience, like now there's all like, so when people say, we're going to talk about later in stream the voice note guy again, because I want to expand on it. To some people, that's like, this is consent. And to some people, I'm like, this is coercion. The question is, which one is it? Which one is it? Could we ever know? I do think we could know. I think with the right amount of discourse, we could know. But you know how we would even know more is by talking to the voice note guy, because he would reveal it. It would so quickly be obvious his intent, because only a man with a specific intent could have sent that fucking voicemail. He says it in the voice note. I just want to fuck you. You're a pocket pussy to me. If I'm not coming inside you, you're not worth my time. And what liberal women on the internet heard is, oh, this man is just being so clear and getting consent. Okay? And I'm saying he told you with his own words and you still didn't believe him. And that's because of your conditioning. That's because of how you heard information. That's because of how you were raised. That's because you're not listening. And because you're not listening, because you're in this moment, it takes a great effort to be truly in the most introspective present moment. I have failed this. You have failed this. We've been talking a lot about Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. Listen to me when I say this. My timeline for Amber Heard and Johnny Depp was crazy. The article came out, I believed Amber Heard. The trial started, and I thought, damn, I got bamboozled, because for once it was a man victim. Then I rewatched the trial, and I was like, I got bamboozled again by the patriarchy. In that moment, I know exactly what I did wrong during that trial. Do you know what I did? I wasn't 1000% locked the fuck in. I was riding the wave. I was enjoying the moment. I was making the memes. I was vibing, bro. And I forgot to lock the fuck in. I was high all the time. I was vibing. I was having jokey joke on the internet. I hadn't locked the fuck in until I decided to really lock the fuck in with my responsibility as a creator, right? And I said, damn, I didn't put my brain on. And remember, court systems are patriarchal and bullshit. I forgot to lock my brain in and remember that not all the evidence ended up in court. I forgot to lock in and forget that patriarchy is fucking at play here. Because that was the problem. When she put out her article, when Amber Heard put out her article, I called my bestie because we had seen every Johnny Depp movie growing up. We were big Johnny Depp fans. And we saw Pirates of the Caribbean, girl, like 10 times in the theater in one day. I had all my ticket stubs. I called my friend and I said, I cannot believe Johnny Depp fucking did that. I'm grossed out. I can never watch his movies again. And we didn't. Then the trial started. I was like, oh, damn, were we wrong? Is Amber the bad guy? And then I was like, oh my God, I feel so stupid. Then I felt even stupider because I'm stupid when we revisited the trial. And I was like, fuck, I'm so stupid. I'm the problem the same as you. The only difference is I know I'm the problem. And I don't think you do. Not you, my chatters. You're beautiful. But I don't think people know they're the problem. I know I'm the problem. Do you? Every single one of you is the problem. We don't get to exist in the world where one of us isn't the problem. The question is, to what extent are we the problem? You're worse of the problem if you don't work on it. But I don't get to sit up here and admit I'm the problem for you to turn it around and weaponize it against me. Fuck you. Because you're also the problem. Now, what are you doing? Go ahead, tell me. Because that's abuser tactics, by the way. Abuser tactics is when someone admits they're wrong, they pretend they never did anything wrong. Don't abuser tactic me right now. Let's all be humble and say, oh, I was wrong, bro. Okay, what are we going to do about it? Yeah? What are we going to do about it? We're going to right the wrongs. We're going to talk about it. We're going to have the conversation. We're going to say, fuck, I was stupid. And it's real. You know, it's really, really real. Chet said a lot of people fell for mutual abuse claim. Well, I didn't learn that wasn't a thing until that trial. I didn't know mutual abuse wasn't a thing until that trial because I had seen it in my own life. But now that I'm deconstructing it, I'm like, oh, it was never mutual abuse. You know, people used to ask me, do you think you neglected your relationship so much that your boyfriend cheated on you because you were being abusive? And I was like, what? And I was like, was I being abusive? And I was like, oh my God, was it me? And then I had the awareness of the people who were asking me those questions were serial abusers, serial cheating men. Serial cheating men were asking me those questions. And I was seriously embodying the, like, because I'm so fucking autistic that I had to sit there and be like, wait. And I'm like, no, Brittany, no. It is literally what I'm trying to warn all of my autistic people to realize is you care and you want to get better, but abusive people will convince you you're evil. Well, they sit here and literally rape people. Okay? And that's what I want you to lock in on. Do not fall for this rhetoric. I'm telling you right now, let me be passionate about this and warn you that the worst people you know will point fingers at you and throw the first stone. And I'm telling you right now, it is okay to admit you're wrong. You should do that. But do not let the worst fucking people on the planet have the audacity to hold it over your head. Absolutely not will they hold it over my head. Because no way, bro. And that's what it is. That's what's happening right now. So it's not a safe space to admit you're wrong until it is. So this is why I tell you, most people will not admit they're wrong because there's not a safe space to do it because their families will bully them. My parents did that to me. When I did therapy and I went to go apologize, they were like, oh, so you admit you were wrong. And I'm like, yes. Would you like to admit you were wrong? They're like, sure. Like, I'm sorry you felt that way. And I'm like, no. Now, look, my parents are loving, great people. They're also some of the worst people I know. But they're great. And that's the reality of the situation. I will fight for my parents every day of the world, like every day of my life. They're some of the greatest, worst people I know. That's what I'm trying to say to you. They don't go to therapy. They won't read better books. They won't watch Unique or Al Jazeera or other news channels. They won't watch, Democracy Now. They won't watch different. They're the greatest, worst people I know. Okay? And that's what I want you to understand about the world is like, I see my parents and I see you. I see the world and I see my parents. You think like we sit here and think of ourselves as so, oh my God, we're better than the world. And you are in so many ways better than bigoted people and horrible people. But girl, you couldn't have been born perfect. So what have you done? What evil thing have you done that you're not telling anybody? What is it? Maybe it's that you littered every day for 30 days. Maybe it's that you used to stick gum underneath desks. Okay, what's the thing that you were doing? It's no matter big or small, that you're like, yeah, that's embarrassing. I shouldn't have done that. And recognize everyone's doing that. And then recognizing that like you can move on from this. Okay. Right. Just said, Brit, you inspired me to go back to therapy. Today's my first session. Oh, I love that. My partner and I, we're gearing up too. We've been looking for therapists here in Croatia. I'm not sure if I have to do an online therapy session, but me too. I have so many things to unpack still, and I'm so excited to get into it. I would love to find a great therapist. Ugh, I'm so excited at the prospect. I love that. Good for you, girls. You know? So when we have these conversations, make sure you choose a safe space to admit you're wrong, and then make sure you do it. So I have to do it publicly as a person, but I need you to know the risk of it is not a safe space. And I'm warning you as commenters not to tell the internet your business, because you don't need to do this. I'm a public figure. I have to do this. You don't have to do this, because the internet is not a safe place to admit you're wrong, because the worst people you know will make 30 videos about how you're a shit person, even though you've grown. And I'm not talking about conservatives who fake about growing. I'm not talking about liberal men who claim they've gotten better. I mean, truly, like seriously, like really, like, you know, for real, right? So remember that. I'm trying to give you guys the tools to say, I need to get better. And I don't always have to tell the people that don't know me like that. Okay. I'm just doing it because I'm on the camera. Chat said, oh God, I've watched Obsession the other day and I barely heard any outside takes because I know people won't get it. Listen to me when I say this. I want to see it so bad. I'm excited to see it. I want to watch it, but I haven't had the chance. So when it comes on streaming, I'll definitely give it a watch. I know some of my friends already saw it and they're like, oh my God, you know, and I know the YouTubers a little bit, the TikTokers. Yeah, I really want to see it. Let me see. Let me see. Does anybody have any questions about this? Anything we've been talking about? We'll continue some of it for the vegan conversation a bit and the biological experience. But if nobody has anything, we'll kind of move on to that because I do want to talk about it and I think it will connect. So hold on, let me do this. Okay, let me combine it together with a few things. So, let's keep, guys, shelf that. Just keep it in your mind because I'm gonna forget it. Okay. Somebody said, what you said at the end about mourning well is something I'm trying to do currently. And I think there are like 100 things I need to let go of so I can regain my strength. I figure it's something I need to do, but it's not intuitive. I think autism might play into it. Was mourning something intuitive to you, or was it a skill you intentionally developed? So we've talked about mourning a lot on this channel, and I think this plays into radical acceptance because you have to mourn the world you thought existed. It's kind of like growing up as a child and realizing like bad people get away with it. You have to mourn the world you thought you would have. You have to mourn the children you never got to have, and the house you never got to buy, and the food you never got to eat, and the life you never got to live. And you have to practice. In my mind, I practice a lot of like pre-meditation, pre-mourning. Like I'm pre-mourning Indiana dying, and I also know I'm gonna cry when she does die. It just maybe won't rock my whole world. But we're not taught to pre-mourn. So when things happen, we're not prepared. We think it's never going to happen to us, which also plays into us being able to help communities. Because if you never think it's going to happen to you, you also never think it's going to happen to other people. So then you never think to prepare for it. And that includes something like a racist attack. You never think your friend is going to be attacked by a white nationalist until it happens. And then you're like, oh my God. And then through your actions, you end up condoning white supremacy because you think it's not going to happen to somebody you know. Your sister is raped and you think, oh my God, I didn't think that would happen. And it was by your best friend. And you're like, oh my God, what? And so all these layers of preparing is also a part of pre-mourning and mourning the life that you thought you were going to live. Like, a big part of my disability journey has absolutely been a mourning process. Mourning the body I used to have, mourning the life I thought I would have. So many things changed after becoming disabled. Mourning the children I'm never going to have. Mourning just like, all of those layered things you can think of, right? Okay. Chet says, wouldn't you be grieving twice, or is pre-grieving just preparation? Pre-grieving is preparation because what happens is that so I come from a grieving community, a mourning community. So in Assyrian culture, they have a few traditions for grieving. One, funerals are very solemn and musical, and it's a very beautiful place. It's not like a celebration, but it is like a coming together. Two, if you have a close relationship to the person that has passed, you can wear black for the first 40 days or for the first year of that person's passing as a sort of like ode to their existence, right? Hold on. I'm out of allergy pills. My allergies are crazy. So there is a ritual attached to mourning that I grew up with that I think allows me to have a direction when it occurs. And I don't think a lot of people grow up with that. So your mother dies and you have no way to prepare for it. I've been preparing for my mother's death my whole life. I'm going to be devastated, but I'm also ready for her to die. But I will be devastated, but it will not rock my existence. I will come to work. I will keep moving on with my life. Hopefully that's the plan. But it won't be a surprise. I think people are genuinely surprised when people die. Like they are surprised when children die. I tell my brother all the time, like, hey, if your kids die in that lake, because he has a lake, like, just so you know, I will be rocked. But I am fully prepared if you don't teach those kids to swim. You know what I mean? Like, if you're not going to teach your kids to swim, I got to start preparing for them to die. Because what are we talking about? You know what I mean? Now, thank goodness the kids are trained. They're learning to swim. They're not going near the water. But like, excuse me if I start pre-mourning, because what are we doing over here? We're bringing our kids into a world that is so devastating. And I'm not allowed to pre-mourn some death. You know what I'm saying? Like, excuse me, because I will not be blindsided. I refuse to be the person that gets the phone call and is shocked it happened. Yes, I will be shocked, but I will not be shocked ever again. To be fair, I have gotten that phone call a few times in my life. And I got it when I was much younger. When I was much younger, my godfather committed suicide. Wasn't prepared for that. When I was much younger, one of my friends who I had a little bit of a connection to, and a good memory of, died partying with friends. Oh shit, wasn't prepared for that. Throughout my life, like so many things happened that I just like wasn't prepared for as a kid. I'm talking 11 years old, 13 years old. And I was like, fuck, okay, I got to start preparing for people to die. And here I was also suicidal at the same time. So I was thinking about my suicide because I've been suicidal since I was 8, stopped at 30, because I was balancing that relationship with mourning, not only mourning my own death, but the life I thought I wouldn't have. I mourned so heavily the gay life I thought I would never have, the old life I thought I would never have because I was going to kill myself at 35. You know, I spent my whole life mourning. But the truth is that I've learned time and time again to get better at it. You kind of get better at it. You also are kinder to yourself and more compassionate, right? Like, there is a mode to grieving. There's a way to mourn that I think is more helpful, maybe. But ultimately, like I don't want to mourn in a way that self harms. Right? I don't want to have to self-harm myself through mourning. So I'm trying to figure out how to allow myself to grieve without it turning on my body, without me denying myself something. Because a lot of grieving, a lot of mourning can come in the form of self-harm, right? So that's why I think about meditation and pre-grieving and pre-mourning to help me prepare for the reality of how heavy it will be. Because it will be very hard. You know, it will be very hard to lose somebody close. I mean, gosh, talk about the realities of mortality, right? It's such a devastating experience to realize we have such a short time on earth with people that we love. And, you know, I'm crying about strangers on the internet every day. You think it's not going to rock me when my mother dies? Like, I literally cry for people I don't even know. Every day, my partner has to be like, can I get you something? Do you need something? And I'm just like, oh my God. Like, I'm sitting there like a dry heaving crying for strangers. Of course, it's going to rock me when my niece and nephew, when something bad happens. So we meditate. You meditate, you pre-mourn, you give yourself an allowance to feel, to embody, and then you let it go. And then you live in the most present. You send people postcards. You remind people you love them. You hug people tight, you know. So when we talk about mourning, it is not something that you're born just like, It's something you teach yourself, you learn from others. Global cultures around the world have beautiful mourning practices. Watch documentaries, read some books, right? Like, watch how people mourn, watch a funeral, learn to like value the end of a life and also the celebration of a life well lived. So to this person, like, yes, autism is playing a role for sure because it's the filter in which you see the world, but you're not alone in it. Every person on this planet must go through this relationship of learning to mourn. You know, there's also some really good books about dying and learning to mourn. And also Dr. Kirk Honda is writing his book on grieving, on mourning. I can't wait to read it. I'm so excited. So, you know, there's also a lot of really good material about this thing. So we are animals on a planet. Animals grieve, you know, animals go through a crisis of self. They lash out, they grieve. Guys, I saw the most devastating video. I'm going to show you a little of it, but it is devastating. Okay. Actually, this plays into the vegan conversation as well. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Because it's what people they don't think about. So look at this video. Okay. So example, ICE, Khara ICE, okay, kidnaps people off the streets, yeah? They don't think about the children at home waiting for their parents to come home or the animals who are waiting for their parents to come home. The neighbors called animal control because someone who had been kidnapped by ICE, their dogs were left in their apartment. And these dogs were left there for so long that they became just fearful, upset. They tore up the room. Nobody had food for them or water. They had no idea where their owner was. You know, they shit all over the place. It was horrible. Okay, I'm going to press play.
Okay, yeah, they're both in here.
Hey, come here. It's okay. It's okay, baby. It's okay. See?
Like, how devastating is this? You never think about it. You just never think about the amount of people being abandoned because of the actions of other people. And that's what I want people to think of when they think about ICE. You know, they're taking, like, people are depending on people. You're taking someone's, you know, family member away. You're taking people, like the people who are just going about their day. You know, animals are waiting for them to come home. You know, we hate leaving Indiana just for a few hours. She misses us so much. You know what I mean? I just like, oh my gosh, right? Like, I couldn't even imagine if we disappeared on her for a week. Oh, I might cry thinking about it. Like, oh, you know what I'm saying? It's horrible. Just as Brett, will you forgive me for saying I really hate ICE? Will you forgive yourself for asking me that question? Why does it matter what I think about who you hate in terms of systems of oppression? What do I care if you hate an organization that kidnaps people off the street and takes people from their homes? Why would I care if you hate an institution of oppression? Why would that matter? Okay. Check out this video.
I think that joy, this is my new thought for this month. I'm thinking that joy is the fruit of well-lived grief. If we don't take it in and live it and understand it and accept it, I think we don't get joy as not nearly as prevalent or as a rich experience in our lives and our gratitude for what we have. So that's how it strikes me.
Let's hear that again.
I'm thinking that joy is the fruit of well-lived grief.
Joy is the fruit of well-lived grief. You know, my parents say this to me. They say, when I die, you better move on with your life. And what they're doing is they're freeing me from the burden of feeling guilty over the fact that they would die, because we're all going to die. I think sometimes we do get lost in the grief of it all, which is why, like, there's that beautiful metaphor. And Korra, no spoilers, because we're deconstructing it with the Discord right now. There's this beautiful metaphor in the Black Jewel trilogy where sometimes you're so lost in the shadow of your depression, of your grief, of your mourning, that you forget where the light is, but the light exists. And what we're doing in our life is we're not hating ourselves for being lost in the darkness. We're just keeping it, our family members and our loved ones are keeping it lit when we're ready, right? And that's what I'm always trying to do. I'm trying to get you to understand, like, the world is a horrible place, but there is a light at the end of this fucking tunnel. The whole premise, right, of the box. My God. Pandora's box, right, is like you unleash all the evil into the universe, but at the very bottom, there's hope. Yeah. 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 You know? Okay. Really rough video to watch. Again, when we talk about being biological creatures on the planet, we are. And also, that doesn't mean we can't have a deeper relationship with that biological experience. Okay? And that comes from a place of, like, great humility and also a place of curiosity, right? So look at this video. It's a hard video to watch, but it plays into this conversation around veganism, being animals on a planet, and the entitlement we have as humans to feel like we're doing the right thing. And again, the world is the way that it is because we suck, okay? But that doesn't mean we always have to suck. So, like, you'll hear people say, we can't stop eating cows because what about all the billions of cows that get produced over the years? Like, what do you want us to do with them? Stop making more? And they're like, well, we can't stop making more because, like, what will happen? Like, they can't fathom a life where we just stop doing stuff because it's always been this way, right? Okay, it's like, okay, the line between personal responsibility and systems of oppression is really difficult. You know how conservatives will say, don't have kids you can't afford? Even though they definitely have kids they can't afford all the fucking time. They just don't go on food stamps, even though many of them go on food stamps. And they associate food stamps with, like, black communities because black people have kids they can't afford, as if white people aren't also doing that. Okay, you know the talking point, you know the bubble? Okay. That conversation is a bad faith conversation. That's what bad faith conversations look like. Okay? Because the bad faith of it is this insinuation that it's specifically the color of someone's skin that is simply the reason that they are doing this thing, instead of all the systems in place that created this circumstance. Okay? Separate from that, there's also the conversation about the personal responsibility of bringing a child into the universe and how many of us are doing it unprepared, about 40%. Okay? But that's everybody. Rich people, poor people, doesn't matter. Okay? This also relates to ownership of animals slash because vegans don't really think of ownership of animals, but the companionship of animals is whether or not we have the right to neuter them, spay them, keep them from making babies. We have a lot of people in the world who are constantly just having, like, they're producing puppies for fun, right? Okay, right? Chad said, I've never heard of that phrase from a conservative, don't have kids you can't afford. I think they want people who can't care for children to have children, so there's more victims in the future. I feel like you don't talk to conservatives. All their media. This is what I mean by bubbles. This is why I say, like, bubbles, because I don't know what conservatives you're hanging out with, but the two main groups of conservatives I hung out with my whole life were don't have babies you can't afford, okay, and have as many babies even if you can't afford them. That don't have babies you can't afford is the white supremacist conservative talking point towards black people who are on food stamps having babies. They literally use that as a part of their rhetoric. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's literally a part of their marketing. It's so they feel, though, it's to paint the picture that white supremacists or white people are more responsible than black people. It's like one of the biggest talking points used against black communities in America. Now, maybe you're not from the US and that's probably what it is, but in the US, that's absolutely a big talking point to prove they're superior. But they also, on the other side of it, say have as many babies as you can, right? Right? Yeah, Chet said it's got a racist origin. They only want white people to have babies. Exactly. They don't want black and brown people to have babies. So that's okay. Watch this video. This is a person who works with dogs, and they have to pick and choose who to euthanize from the pound. Okay? Here we go.
To euthanize today because let's go pick which dogs I have to euthanize today because we have dogs in crates waiting on a big kennel and they don't deserve to be stuck in a crate. Look at that dog's feet. That's so sad. Okay, it's time to stop hiding in the bathroom and get to work. Grab my Sharpie and let's go pick. This really is the worst part of any shelter worker's job, so...
Oh, you said I'm from Florida, but I don't hang out with conservatives. If I hear someone is conservative, I don't associate with them. I think that's fair. I think my frustration with how people talk about conservatives is because I have to live and deal, and I unconditionally love my conservative family. I think I get frustrated when people talk about conservatives because, like, I feel like if you understood their psychology, it would be different. So it does frustrate me a little bit when people talk about people they don't know because it's wrong. Like, it's just wrong. And it's not how they're thinking. That's why I say, like, humans are good. Like, look, the world sucks, but people are good. But people suck. Good people suck. Both of these things are true. Look at this. This is a sucky job. But I'm sure she's a decently good person. It's a part of her job and the way she's been brought up. We're going to talk about this with farmers in a second. Farmers are genuinely probably good people, but they also suck. Okay? So this is what we're saying when we talk about these conversations. Like, I don't like when people talk about, especially like conservative parents who are immigrants, like, because that's my story. It's so frustrating to me because it's like we talk, you know, it's just like there's an intersection here that I feel like gets ignored that people aren't paying attention to, and it's not helping anybody, you know?
Don't be mean. This puppy has just been here too long. Also, when I'm picking today,
This puppy has been here too long is the most devastating sentence I've ever heard.
they don't really have behavioral issues. The closest that comes to that is this dog who is just being very anxious in a shelter. The shelter environment is really getting to him. And it's really sad we have to be so just blunt about these dogs we're picking. This dog, just hyper, no room. She's super sweet, dog friendly, just we don't have room. Honestly, I just can't go by without talking to this dog. She is so sweet. I love her ears. You guys know I'm a sucker for a pointy-eared mutt. This puppy was adopted and brought back, and it's just not doing well this time around. He's a little skinnier than I like to see in a shelter, even though he is eating and eating and eating. And actually same with this puppy, but he's been here for a while. This puppy, there's just something about it. Probably the wiry scruffiness of him. I'm gonna give him another turn and try to get him out. But that means this puppy's gonna have to be picked, basically because we have no space. So.
Because as I don't understand, what do you mean by understanding their psychology? Like, why people do what they do? Like, understanding why we do anything that we do. Like, what's the psychology behind it? What's the thought behind it? Where does it come from? Like, conservative people aren't fucking Machiavellian, malicious 4D chess people. Generally, that's usually politicians, people in power, YouTubers, Charlie Kirk. Like, not every conservative is Charlie Kirk. You know what I'm saying? They're not Erica fucking Kirk. They're uneducated people who've lived their whole life in propaganda. They're been told their whole life that if they introspect, they're going to hell. You know what I mean? Like, I literally had a conversation with my siblings about the levels in introspection. And they said, if I needed to be more introspective, would it cause me to sin? And I said, yes. And they said, well, then I can't do it. They're so afraid of going to hell that they won't even read a book that could cause them to sin. Do you know what I'm saying? They're trapped in their bubble. They're victims of their upbringing, and then they make babies and they bring them up in those bubbles. And I'm the one who got out. I am privileged enough to have gone out of the bubble. The dilemma is I'm now in my own bubble that's beautiful and free. The dilemma is that their bubble is also one of the strongest bubbles in the world, right? You know what I'm saying? So then there's that. From that perspective, it's like, damn, not only are you the most ignorant, the most fucking bigoted, but you're also in charge of everything. But I also know, like, they're the first people who would jump in front of a bullet for you. They're the first people who would feed you. They're the first people who would give you a place to stay. They're the first people who would pay your bills if you needed them to. Like, that's the other part of it that's so difficult. Is I don't think my family has ever asked somebody, who did you vote for before they fed people? Okay? Like, my parent, like, never in my life have my parents denied any of my friends food or shelter or anything because they're gay or something, you know? You know what I'm saying? They might talk shit on gay people, but they're going to feed them all the same. And so that's why I take it, you know, that's one of the things I learned from my family is like, I don't care who you voted for, I'm going to feed you. I'm never going to starve you out because you made a fucking stupid choice because you're a dummy. You know what I mean? You being stupid doesn't mean you shouldn't be fed. Okay? Right? So there's that big part of it, you know? Just had a little background on me, but perspective understanding. I used to be understanding to conservative people prior to Trump, but every time I've been called the N-word or a monkey was a conservative. I was literally called a slur a few months ago. Not saying that for you to feel bad for me, but for you to understand my perspective. But do you understand that I understand your perspective? You're so valid. I need you to know you are 1000% valid. But I think you think I'm doing something I'm not doing. I'm not talking to my parents right now because they won't deal with stuff. Do you understand? You're valid. But I'm saying I am trying to break a generational curse here because I think people can get better. Right? So I'm trying to do everything I can to get the people to get the tools because I think people can change. And it sounds sometimes like what you're saying is people don't change, which I agree with. People don't change. Right? People don't change. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to stop trying. Right? But like I'm going to be strategic about it. So you're valid. You're 1000% valid. If I was you, I'd be fucking annoyed too. And I wouldn't want to talk to any conservatives. That's so valid of you. Right? And because I have family members directly that I care about, that they're kids I care about, I have children depending on me. I have children depending on me. That's who I'm doing this for. So it doesn't matter to me, Brittany, what it takes. I will give those kids a pathway to another option. But that's me and my purpose. That doesn't have to be yours 1,000 billion trillion %, right? I'm not empathizing with oppressors. I'm not empathizing with their bigotry. I'm empathizing with their humanity because bigoted people have a humanity to them, but I'm not, so everybody knows, I'm not empathizing with their bigotry. Their bigotry is bullshit. Okay, we good? Their bigotry is bullshit. I'm not empathizing with that. You have no excuse to be racist, no excuse to be bigoted, no excuse to be transphobic. I don't want to hear any shit of I was hurt, so I get to do this, blah, blah, blah. You don't get to do shit. But I'm empathizing with the fact that you have cancer, with the fact that your father had a stroke and now he's paralyzed, with the fact that your child was born with health issues, the fact that you lost your house in a flood, the fact that you lost 5 members of your family this week because a gunman opened fire. I am empathizing with that part. Because whether we like it or not, in these school shootings, a lot of Trump people are dying. I hope you're not celebrating school shootings because their kids were Trumpers. Do you know what I'm saying? When we start to recognize those floods that happen in the South and 1,000 Americans are killed, you know, a lot of them probably voted for Trump. You didn't ask yourself, right, if whether or not the people died in certain floods were, you know, homophobic or transphobic or voted for Trump, did you? No, we just cared. And I'm saying I try to keep that energy with the things that matter, not with their bigotry, not with their homophobia, not with their misogyny, none of that. But with the reality of the tragedy that's happening around the world, which is exactly because if you don't do that, that's what conservatives say about Palestine. What did Charlie Kirk say about Palestine? Why do you care about Palestine if they're homophobic? Because no one deserves to be genocided. Period. You don't get to shoot up American malls to find Nazis. You don't get to shoot up Palestinians to find Hamas. You don't get to do this. Okay? I don't need to know what a Palestinian thinks about gay people. They don't deserve to be genocided. I don't care. I don't care. Okay? And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that's not ethical to me. Okay? Now, here's the part of the layered nuance that I want to talk about, right? The LA homeless are unbelievable is the title of this little short TikTok. What could this be about, I wonder, right? Watch this.
I made sandwiches and I went and gave it to a homeless guy and he goes, "I'm vegetarian."
Wow, that's awesome. It wasn't his order. You should have known
Oh my
that.
God. I made sandwiches
What?
and I went and gave it to a homeless guy, and he goes, "I'm vegetarian."
Wow.
Okay, what am I saying what to? When I'm like, what? What am I saying what to? What am I rolling my eyes out about this video? Right? Chat says dehumanizing homeless people as you get what you're given. So we can't have autonomy about what he eats because he's homeless. So the top comment of this video says, just because someone is homeless doesn't mean he has to give up on his morals and dignity. You guys are so out of touch. It's hilarious. People literally think, right, that you can't be unhoused and vegan or vegetarian or pescatarian or kosher or eat halal. Like, they're literally like, you're unhoused, so you'll take what I give you. Because the narrative around being in a struggle is I'm just grateful for whatever I can get, which might be true, but, and at the same time, this is why I say for your values, you might go hungry. For your values, you might be unhoused. For your values, you might die. And they're saying, what a fool you are to go hungry for your values. And I think to myself, damn, this guy's legit, right? You know, what is eating halal? Isn't halal the Muslim way of, am I saying it wrong? Halal. Isn't that the right word? For Muslims, when they're eating their food, it has to be halal. Wait, isn't that the right word? Now I feel stupid. Right? Halal is Muslim, right? Okay. Yeah. So yeah, it's no pork. It's drained. The animal blood is drained a particular way, right? It's the way it's prepared. It's the food. It's the way that Muslims eat food. Okay. Okay, yeah, Chet's saying it's right. Okay, there you go. So, you know, whatever it is. So when we have these conversations, this is what I mean about like doing things for the right reasons or doing things in the right way or recognizing that like unhoused people have agency. They have dignity. They are a person. They have values. You know what I mean? And for her to objectify the homeless person as like, ugh, it's like, what are we doing? What are we talking about? Okay, so that is the example that I want to give in terms of bubble differences, expectations, and the dehumanization of other people and non-human animals, right? Okay, so check this out. This is a video that I found. We're just gonna watch a few minutes of it. This is radical veganism versus white veganism. This interview is from Catherine Klein, who I might reach out to for a collaboration maybe. But this is an older video on her channel. This is 5 years. She's the one on the right. She's the white lady. And she had this guest on who is still plant-based, still has a TikTok, is still got her thing going on. And I really liked the way that she had this conversation here. So I'm just going to play the first like 6 minutes of it and we can talk about it. Oh, the queen has arrived. Hi, sweet girl. You doing okay? Hey, sweet girl. Hey, sweet girl. She was so drugged up yesterday. She was just not herself. It was making me so anxious. But today she feels a little bit better. Okay. I think she's doing much better today. The fact that she is hanging out in my office is a really good sign because she just slept all day yesterday, like dead slept. It was freaking me out. But the fact that she's in here now makes me feel a lot better. Okay. Ready? Check this out.
Everyone, today I'm going to be interviewing EA. That's how you pronounce her name, right?
Yes.
Cool. She has an amazing Instagram account, which blew up. How recently did you start that account?
I've had the account for close to 3 years, but I really started focusing on animal rights and interconnected oppression within the last 2. But it's taken off like in the last few months, actually.
Yeah, that's awesome. So I highly recommend following her Instagram page, which I'll link in the description box. But today we're going to talk about radical veganism versus white veganism, because that is your whole MO. So first you can introduce yourself. How long have you been vegan? Anything else you want to add?
Yeah, I've been vegan for a little over 3 years. My 3-year anniversary was in March of this year. So I went plant-based first of all, and I transitioned slowly to vegan because I originally started it for health reasons. My dad, he has liver cancer, which he's in treatment and therapy for, and I knew that cancer ran in my family. So I watched Forks Over Knives, and that inspired me to embark on a plant-based diet. And then because I felt so healthy, I looked up what veganism was, just, because it came across their YouTube videos. And I did not want to be, part of a system that was exploiting other animals because, with my dad's situation and seeing what it's like for other human beings to suffer, I didn't want to be the cause of any other being suffering. And
Pause. Listen to that again.
Part of a system that was exploiting other animals because, with my dad's situation and seeing what it's like for other human beings to suffer, I didn't want to be the cause of any other being suffering. And
I didn't want to be the cause of any other being suffering. So this is the greatest argument for me to go vegan that I think I am contending with right now, which is what control do I have? It's what goes in my mouth and what I eat. And I have enough privilege to do that, yes, but also I'm in a mental place to do it. Like, it's not just the fact that I could do it, it's the fact that I this is aligning with my values. Okay? And this is enough that if this is all it takes to be vegan, then I'm definitely vegan. Though I do want to talk to some vegans before I take on the label. But I think like that is it. For me, is like I don't want to be responsible for unnecessary direct harm that I can have control over. And, especially here we are driving Indiana hours away from our house, calling different places, calling different countries to say, can we come to your country to help our cat? Because we're in Europe and countries are relatively close to each other. But can we drive to your country to help our cat? Like, just for this one singular animal. And the vet comes to us and, they're like, it might cost a lot of money. And I was like, unless it's $25,000, like, you know what I mean? And even then, like, we have to make that decision as a family. It's not clear cut for me. It's not like, oh, she's a cat, so we might as well kill her. It's more like, this is Indiana. This is our companion. She's so special to us. She makes our life better. She's our third roommate. She's been with me for longer than, some of my friendships. She's literally been with me longer than some of my friendships. Like, what are we doing here? She's dependent on me. What do we do? And, you put that into perspective. Like, I'm crying over this animal. I'm crying over this companion, right? And then I turn around and I slaughter someone else, like some other living creature, just to eat it. You know what I mean? It's like, what are we doing? And then the question vegans often pose to people is like, do you love animals or do you love pets? I would like to think that I don't just love pets, because I feel like Indiana's so much more than a pet. She's just so much more than a pet to me. She's so like the fact that she's been drugged the last few days and I know she's not being herself. You know what like, she has a self, and I know that self. I know the look in her eye. I know the way she walks. I know the way she talks to us. Like, I know her preferences, and that exists in every single living creature. And so every time we take that creature and we put it in a cage and we feel entitled to its body and its flesh and its milk and its organs, we're saying something like, I am entitled to Indiana. Should I see her in the wild, I'm entitled to her. And I think not. I just think absolutely fucking not. Are you entitled to my animal? But not even just my animal, to her, That
was how I made the connection to animal rights as part of my ethics as well.
Awesome. Yeah, it sounds like we have somewhat of a similar journey. I also watched Forks Over Knives. That was what got me interested in veganism. But that's cool. How's your dad doing now?
Well, he was in remission for a while, but it seems like he's had a spike. So right now we're dealing with that. He's in radiation, but he's holding up. So yeah, we're doing well.
Well, I wish him the best and everything. That sounds rough. But yeah, so my first question for you was, how would you define white veganism to a normie vegan who might be resistant to the term?
Yeah, so the main thing that pops up is the word white is a trigger for a lot of people who are not used to hearing themselves referred to as a race. The term that a lot of people are using that's going around is called white fragility, where it kind of like this feeling of uneasiness creeps up on people from hearing the word white, because what's been going on with the Black Lives Matter movement spiking up again with...
So this is about 5 years old, this interview, I think.
The brutal killing of George Floyd, it really brings up a lot of feelings of, white guilt for a lot of people and not wanting to be held responsible for, the mistakes that other people have made. So what I do when I describe white veganism is I describe that it's not about race, it's not about skin color. It really has to do with the social construct of whiteness, which has to do with basically the geography, history, of white people and of colonialism and that entire era, and also imperialism and white supremacy. So it has a historical and academic context for the word white. It's not referring necessarily to skin color alone, but that legacy. And also people of any race or any skin color can practice, white veganism, because anybody can uphold whiteness as a social construct. So I define white veganism as a form of veganism that does not recognize the interconnected oppression that all people experience.
That was great. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I know a lot of Republicans have emphasized this
Okay, this is about personal responsibility. This is the section I really want to focus on.
idea of personal responsibility to the point where leftists, myself included, sometimes will recoil at the term. But can you just explain why it is important to take personal responsibility and go vegan, despite there not being a such thing as ethical consumption under capitalism?
Yes, and I think that this is such an important question, and I'm so glad that you asked it, because there is no ethical consumption under capitalism, people wonder why bother, and that does need to be addressed. Because there has been research that's been done that says that people are more willing to follow your philosophy if you align your actions with your beliefs. So no one is going to want to go vegan if we're doing it for ethical reasons, but we're not backing it up with our actions. And because we want this to be a worldwide movement, we want to back up what we're doing with our actions. We want to consume as ethically as possible. And we also don't want to get overwhelmed to the point where we're obsessed with perfection. There's absolutely no way in the modern world to be perfect at this philosophy of living, because there's so many ways that we interact with other animals and with our environment that precludes us from perfect consumption. Because here where I live, in a major city, the water that I drink, if I drink city water, may be filtered through bone char. The tires on my car might have some animal substances. My cell phone, it's been through processes that may have interfered with other animals. And also the precious metals in our phones, we know comes from, child slavery in Africa to mine those precious minerals that go into it. So the personal responsibility aspect is just to align our actions with our morals. But what we're focused on is minimizing our impact on others. We're not extremists. We're not trying to completely eliminate our impact on our environment and on our world.
I think that's so important, because I do think it's like an all or nothing for a lot of people, which is my only hesitation around the word vegan, because I don't know that I like the all or nothing is very hard for me, because I'm trying to put it into perspective. But I do agree generally that because is veganism like a separate from Britney-ness? Because I was thinking about this, and I want to talk to some vegans about this. But if it's a movement, that's a big word, a movement. Like everything else is easier for me to process as a movement. Veganism as a movement implies a prescription model that politically, I don't know that I'm ready to advocate for. That's my hesitation with veganism. So personally, I think in my heart of hearts, I'm probably a vegan. But I think Brittany, that exists as a community member, I don't think she's a vegan. Because like in the same way that I fight for LGBT people, or I fight for reproductive rights, or I'm anti-racist, those are for you. That's not for me. Like, because obviously, that it's a reflection of my character, but that's for the world. Now the prescription is, or the activism part of my brain is, am I implying that everybody should be vegan the same way that I think it would be better if everybody was anti-racist or not homophobic? So I don't make philosophical prescriptions, right? I'm not going to tell you what to do. But would I join a protest? Like, I would join a protest that was anti-fascist, pro-black, pro-LGBT. Would I join a protest that was pro-vegan? I don't know about that. That's where I'm confused, because I don't think so. I don't think I'm there yet where I would join a vegan protest. Because, like, but would I join a protest against factory farming? Yeah. Would I join a protest that was for climate change? Yes. Would I join a protest that was about animal agency? Yes. Would I break into a facility to kidnap animals? Probably not. But I'm trying to figure out, but that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, am I doing this, or am I doing, so personally in my own life, yeah. As an activist, I got to think about that one longer, girls. So I want to talk to some vegans about it so I understand it better. Because from my understanding from some vegans, you can't be vegan unless it's also a part of your thought around advocating for animals, non-human animals, and their sentience, I think. Are there any vegans in chat who want to explore that? Like, you know, Chet said, is kidnapping animals due to be killed ethical? Well, that's the question, right? Chet says you wouldn't rescue those dogs. Well, no, obviously not. There are kill shelters everywhere. I'm not out. You know what I'm saying? Right? Like, I wouldn't even think about it. You know what I mean? But if you told me, would you like to go to one of the places where like ICE has kidnapped people and they're holding people, like Delaney Hall or something? Like, yeah, I'll go protest with you today. Do you know what I'm saying? That's where I'm stuck at. Like, could I see it the same way? Would I, in the same way that I would protest an ICE facility, protest a kill shelter? I don't know that I'm there yet, but maybe I need to learn more about it so I can understand it. And isn't it maybe I'm mistaken. Isn't a kill shelter just a shelter that kills the animals when they're not adopted out? So kind of like what we just saw the video of, right? That's where I'm stuck at. You know what I mean? But yeah, Chet said, so you wouldn't rescue those dogs. No, I wouldn't rescue those. I wouldn't think to rescue those dogs. But I would think to say, not cool, bro. You know? I gotta think about what are the rules? Yeah, those are my thoughts right now. Let's see. Okay, one more. Oh yeah. Okay, section and a half left.
Amen. Yeah, I've always said that just because there's no ethical.
Oh, Chad said not just kill shelters. What about experimenting on dogs? So yeah, I'm anti-animal testing. I buy cruelty free to the best of my ability. I try to look for the vegan label on everything. But that's also new. That's a part of my plant-based journey. Not really. Buying animal-free testing products has actually been something I even did as a teenager. But specifically making sure everything I buy like either has a vegan label or if it doesn't, I have to research it is new. So I try to do that. I understand, though, that a lot of science research and medication research has come from animal testing. So I think we should filter that out. Like, I think we should head in a direction where we filter out all animal testing. But I also understand that's not happening yet. So
consumption under capitalism doesn't mean there's no such thing as unethical consumption. And when there's a better alternative, even with slave labor, sweatshops, stuff like that, I would recommend buying like secondhand or supporting a business that's less shitty.
Okay, about that really fast. So I've been trying to buy more ethical clothing and I follow a bunch of girlies on TikTok or I'll follow people and they're like, here are the best clothes to buy from ethical sources. And every piece is like $300. Okay. And the chat is like, can you please be fucking serious? Nobody has $300 fucking dollars. And I think that's the problem we're facing is how do I get ethically sourced clothes if they're $300 or $100? Because that's why people end up going to fast fashion. But people are making those clothes. Girlies, real people made those clothes. Every piece of clothing you've ever touched was made by human hands, right? So you're still getting it from a person. The question is, which person is being exploited to get you your clothes? And so the question is, what do we do? This is about ethical consumption under capitalism, right? So just for an example, right? We're recently debt free, which is very exciting. So we each have some spending money a month. We get about 21 euro a week to spend guilt free. 21 euro. Okay. That's what we've given ourselves, which means I have to accumulate spending money for months on end to afford whatever I want to buy or whatever I want to get. Okay. So when we think about this, we have to think about why it's hard and why people struggle with like, just do this. It's incredibly hard. The only reason my partner and I are able to do it now is because we're ethically on the same page as a couple and we work really hard to harm reduce and we're not perfect. Okay. But like, that's a big deal. When I make more than the average person, I make more than an average person. My salary. Okay. I make more than an average person and I still have to budget only $20 a week of guilt-free spending. To most people, they'd be like, Brittany, I don't have time for that. And I hear you. It's not a lot of money. But also, And that includes any extra clothes that I don't need, any extra art supplies, any extra flowers in the house, any extra decorations, anything that isn't a need has to be taken out of that budget, basically. That's a big ask for humanity that feels like the world's on fire, there's billionaires ruining everything, pedophiles are in charge. Like, who fucking cares, bro? Let's have a life. But then the question is, if we keep doing that, then maybe that's why the world is the way that it is. And that's what I like to think is like, well, that's the part about the world being the way that it is like, I didn't choose this world, but also. Now, in terms of secondhand clothing, look, I think secondhand is great. I don't think it's perfect though. And I don't think it fully is as accessible as people think it is. I do love it, right? Like, I do love secondhand. I'm a big secondhand girly. Okay, some of my favorite dresses that I've had for 10, 15 years were secondhand. Okay, and I still don't think secondhand it fills every need that we have. So when it doesn't fill a need, what do we do? Okay, so then it goes back to, again, not being perfect, but harm reducing. That's what it goes back to. Okay.
Absolutely.
And then my third question, how do you respond to vegans who say veganism is about non-human animals only, stop making it about people?
Great question. Very important question, because a lot of the white veganism that I'm seeing is like not talking about larger issues. So 3 reasons why I decided to go plant-based: the environment, human health, and human betterment, and harm reduction on cruelty, violence, and animal exploitation. So for me, it can't just be about animal exploitation, because even though that's great and I love that, and I think that makes a lot of sense, it's too obviously good for everything else not to include it in my brain. Like, veganism helps for factory workers. It helps people's mental health. It's literally good for so many people. It's good for everything. Like, everything is benefited by going be vegan. So to me, that's a much better sell than veganism is just about animal exploitation. I hear you. I 100% get it. But,
I think that this is like an ironic thing that they say, because when they're saying it from the perspective of someone who's also human. So you have to understand that this is a movement that is in collaboration and in cooperation with other animal species, but humans are also animals, and we have to be the ones to carry out this movement. And we have to consider the fact that animals, they do have a voice. They do fight for their own liberation. Animals jump off, slaughterhouse trucks all the time. They find ways to get through fences and escape for their own freedom. So we're advocating on behalf of animals, but animals are also independent in the sense that they know what freedom looks like and feels like, and they try to get free as far as they are able to do. So what I would like those types of people to know, and what I say to them is, yes, of course, this is a movement that primarily focuses on animals. That's the focus of the movement, but the scope is much larger. Myself as a Black woman, I'm oppressed not only from being a woman, because women experience sexism, but Black people also experience racism. Those are things that are connected with
intersection.
speciesism, racism and sexism, the patriarchy. All of those things are also reasons that animals are oppressed. So we have to think of the interconnectedness of oppression that affects not only non-humans, but humans as well. Because we want humans to join the movement, we need them to feel safe and comfortable in our environment.
For sure. So how do you think vegans should approach the issue of workers' rights within the meat processing
this is kind of important.
industry?
I think that the best thing that vegans can be doing is, first of all, remove the veil of the holier than thou attitude and the judgment.
Hold on, chat says, was that a book recommendation? Further reading The Sexual Politics of Meat by Carol Adams, and Aphorism by App and Sile Ko, Beasts of the Burden by Saruna. Let me do this. Hold on, girls. Here. Beasts of Burden, Sexual Politics of Meat, and Aphorism. These are the books. Thank you for asking, chat. Okay.
Of those to work in the slaughterhouse industry, it's definitely a thou attitude, and the best thing that vegans can be doing is, first of all, remove the veil of the holier than thou attitude and the judgment.
Sorry, let me just derail for a second. Okay, to the chatter who's saying, can we stop saying pedophiles and say predators instead? It's stigmatized pedophiles. Look, we're all born the way that we're born, and I understand there's an argument that pedophiles are non-offending, and just because you have an attraction to children doesn't mean that you're a predator, and I hear that. I really understand that. I also just want to say, because we're animals on a planet, we're not having a deeper relationship with our biological experience. And most of the people who are out here saying they're have no choice in being attracted to children actually were groomed that way / are and do have a choice, and they act on it anyways, and that makes them predatory. So the problem isn't that the problem is that this is way too nuanced for the world to ever handle. But two, the world isn't ready to have this conversation because the normalization of pedophilia is too fucking rampant and there's too many excuses being done. So the medical condition that you were concerned about that is pedophilia, meaning born this way and don't have a choice, as horrible of a situation that is right now can't exist in the world as a primary focus because we're literally normalizing child marriage every fucking day in the United States and around the world. So with peace and love, I hear you. It's like when you're struggling with a unique mental health issue that the world isn't ready to handle. You need to go talk to professionals. I know it feels isolating. I don't know what to tell you because it is terrible, but children are dying. And I need you to fucking think about the kids, including the kids that have those thoughts as children and don't outgrow them. I understand it. It's very complicated, right? Children are attracted to children and then they never stop being attracted to children and it's confusing, right? We need to talk to professionals. We need the medical community to get on it. We need people to liberate themselves in order to help people. It must be devastating to have a brain that's so fucked up. And what about all the people that don't have that fucked up brain that are targeting children? So again, I hear you. I understand this community space. We're not ready to have that conversation. You know what I'm saying? So it just feels like this is for a very professional person to talk about. That's not this space. Okay? So when I say pedophiles, I do mean adults who are targeting children and being predatory towards them. And I think given the state of the world, you got to give me this one. You got to give it to me. Okay? We don't have enough research on this. We just don't have enough. Okay? But I hear you. I understand. I used to be extra nuanced about all of this for a long time. It's just, okay, I know. I get it.
No one chooses to work in the slaughterhouse industry. It's definitely a last resort. And we also have to keep in mind in this movement that a lot of times we find that it's...
Okay, listen to what she said. She said, nobody chooses to work in the slaughterhouse industry. So we watched a documentary about that earlier in the 2 months ago. That is very true. And that's the problem with all of us. Like, it's like minority people, Black and brown people joining the military because they come to their schools and give them a way out, right? When is it our responsibility? When do we have personal responsibility about joining the military, right? When do we have personal responsibility about the jobs we take? When is it our personal responsibility not to work for certain companies? That is the most difficult part of this conversation because most people feel like they're in survival mode and they don't have a choice. When is it our choice about what platforms we put our videos on? When does it actually become our choice in a world where billionaires have a monopoly? And this is why we say no ethical consumption under capitalism. It's not to say that we should all starve. It's to say we should change the system so we don't have to pick and choose, right? And that's what we're trying to say. Okay, Chet says, I would rather sell feet pics than join the military. Okay, first of all, don't compare the two. Selling feet pics is a perfectly decent way to make money. There is nothing unethical about selling feet pics. There is something unethical about joining the military. I'm just saying, shout out to my feet girlies.
Easier to basically penalize migrant workers and people who are at the very, very low level in the animal agriculture industry. And those are the people who are most at risk for exploitation.
Oh, this is a great example about Graham Plattner, right? Chet said I was making a bad joke. I hear you. Graham Plattner did this, where Graham Plattner was like, I joined the military. I had the money. I was willing to support guy. And he tried to do this working class bullshit story. He was rich and did that for funsies. The Graham Plattner is not the guy who's like, I needed to pay for college and I needed to get my mother out of poverty and I needed to pay for medical bills. He was like, I'm going to go kill some Arabs, bro. He's like, I'm going to do it. He said, Abu who? Abu, call me, baby. I'm going. He said, Arabian Night my way all the way, okay, to Iraq to kill people. Okay? And that's why I say there's a difference. Graham Plattner is not the average kid joining the military, but then the average kid joining the military is a kid with no direction, is a man who feels entitled, is a man who's bored, okay? Or a man who is struggling. And so there becomes this thing, like I say, we will advocate for women and trans people to join the military every day, but you guys better not sign up. You guys better not sign up.
Times they're even human trafficked to work in those types of jobs. So the main thing that we need to be focused on is more on the corporations, especially when it comes to the animal agriculture industry, but there's also the issue of migrant farm workers who pick our produce. So what we can do for them is listen to them. We can work with organizations such as Food Empowerment Project to see exactly what they need. They're asking us to boycott Driscoll's Berries right now because they're not paying their workers enough. We can advocate for them to have workers unions, which they're demanding, because that's the best way for them to be able to advocate for themselves. So we need to lose our judgment. We need to be advocating for the people who are most at risk, and we need to be listening to them for what they need and supporting them.
Okay, now this whole interview is really good. I'm going to go ahead and share it in the chat. You guys can check it out. But I'm glad I came across it because it's exactly what I wanted to show you guys in relation to this next comment. Oh, hold on. Should I show you this first or should I show you this first? Hold on. Let's take a break. Let's take a break. Okay. Let me motivate you. Let's hold on. I gotta pee. But let me show you this TikTok and then we'll take a break and we'll finish this conversation. But let me just give you some food inspiration. Okay. This is one of my favorite TikTokers.
All you need is
This is plant-based Brandon.
half a cup of TVP. Did you know that all you need is half a cup of TVP, some nutritional yeast, some chickpea flour as the binder? You can make the most delicious plant-based burger that's packed with 51 grams of protein. Yeah. You gotta make this. First, add a little soy sauce and liquid smoke to half a cup of boiling no beef broth. Then to a large mixing bowl, add half a cup of TVP along with some seasonings like garlic powder, onion powder, smoked paprika, salt, and black pepper to taste. Combine this with the broth and let it rehydrate for 10 minutes. Then add in 1 tablespoon of vegan mayo, some nutritional yeast, some chickpea flour. Then we're gonna mix this up really good until it's fully combined. Don't be afraid to get in there with your hands. Form this into a patty that's 3/4 of an inch thick. Let it rest. Then we're gonna fry it on both sides for 4 to 5 minutes until it's nice and golden brown on each side. And if you want, you can even melt some vegan cheese on there as well. And before we assemble our burger, we have to make this spicy aioli sauce with half a cup of vegan mayo, some maple syrup, some sriracha, some garlic powder, smoked paprika, and a pinch of salt. Mix that all up, and now we're ready to assemble our burger and enjoy. Did you know that all you need...
When people ask, like, do you eat good? Oh, I eat good. I eat good. That's what I'm saying. Like, I know it's a journey. I know if you don't know how to cook, it's hard. But I promise you, like, one of the best parts of this vegan journey or this plant-based journey has just been, like, enjoying food all the same because I really love food. Okay, I really, 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 really love it. It's an honor that I get to eat it, and I'm just so glad that I get to enjoy it, okay? Let's take a little bit of a break, and we'll continue this conversation. I still have quite a few things to go over with you guys today, but we're about, like, 2 hours away from ending stream, so we're on a good pace, okay? You guys can listen to Elvin. I'll be right back. You know how it is. Be right back, back. All right, I'm back. So, pausing music in 1, 2, 3. Okay, so you know how we were talking about, remember how we talked about earlier in chat? We were like, animals on a planet. What does that mean? Lizard brain. You remember that conversation? Okay, that plays into this conversation here. We were talking about being vegan and plant-based on my Emma Vigeland video. They said, hey, I think if I were to ever go plant-based, I probably wouldn't truly be because I'd probably hold on to eggs. I think the reason consuming milk doesn't gross me out, aside from the bad treatment of animals, is because I don't really see milk as meant for babies. So earlier in that stream that I did last week, I had said, oh yeah, like taking milk from a mother cow that was meant for her babies, like, no, thank you. Something like that. I had said something like that, okay? They said, nothing in nature is meant for anything. I would argue that that is a human concept. Evolution didn't have a goal, and it didn't mean for anything. It just did. Actually, what grosses me out more about milk is the fact that it was in an udder. Maybe I have a different understanding of evolution and science, but when we say like things evolved for a reason, we mean there's a reason for the evolution. Like it didn't just happen. There was like adaptation. There was a reason for it, right? So I'm a little confused about this process. I'm not saying the universe is conscious or something and was like, you know what, babies need milk. It's more like the cows produce milk by getting pregnant to feed its offspring because that's a part of the process of making babies and feeding your own offspring. So I don't get what they're saying when they're like, evolution didn't have a goal. I mean, evolution doesn't have a goal, but animals evolve for a reason because they're adapting. And everything exists, like there's a reason why we have lungs and a heart and you know what I mean? So it's like, I guess I'm confused by this thought process that like, I don't know what that means, right? But then I had the realization that, to be fair, until I went on this plant-based vegan journey, I didn't know that cows needed to be pregnant to produce milk. Not really. Or that I didn't know that was, a part of the process of getting the cows pregnant. Their offspring either goes to slaughter or whatever, and then so on and so forth. So here are a couple videos on that, just for context.
Vegan, part 9. It still
on here.
Seems to be a really common misconception that cows naturally produce milk 24/7. It's honestly shocking how few people realise that cows have to be pregnant for 9 months, like us, to produce milk.
They eat the grass and then they produce the milk themselves, and then we take the milk and we take the cheese and we make it.
You didn't know they had to be made pregnant?
They had to be made pregnant to produce milk.
They've got 4 stomachs and they produce the milk for us to consume. To consume.
Their milk does not exist for us. It exists for their babies. And there is nothing normal about drinking the breast milk of another species.
Now that's like a edited vegan video. Here is the video you just saw from the original channel.
You don't associate it with pregnancy?
No, I haven't. No. I associate human milk with pregnancy, but not with cows, yes. Yeah, that's all I can remember from school. They've got 4 stomachs and they produce the milk for us to consume.
They eat the grass and then they produce the milk themselves, and then we take the milk and we take the cheese and we make it.
You didn't know they had to be made pregnant?
They had to be made pregnant to produce milk. I didn't know, no.
You didn't know that?
No.
Do they send them to slaughter? Or no?
You don't know about that?
No.
They do.
Uh-huh.
I wish I had the power to actually really go to places and visit and see exactly what they are doing, but I'm just a minority to that extent.
So it's interesting, like the way we're educated on these topics. Now, here's a farmer, Megan Dairy Girl. She has a pretty big following, actually. Okay. And this is her basically response to this comment that says, cows have to be pregnant to produce milk. Where are the babies? Do the babies get milk, or do you sell them right after birth for profit?
Cows actually do not have to be pregnant in order to produce milk. They only have had a calf. in order to lactate.
Oh, so they had to get pregnant. Do you see the game? Do you see the game? So they did have to have been pregnant. She's like acting like it's not like they have to be pregnant all the time, but they had to have been pregnant. So they still have to be inseminated or impregnated.
Plus, only 50% of the cows in our barn are even currently pregnant right now. And here's the babies. In this brand new barn we built just for them to suit all of their needs. See, we have some beef cross calves. And then everybody else is a heifer calf. She took her bucket out, a little turd. And of course they get fed milk until they are weaned. It's also very important that they get on starter, so a grain mixture for their rumen to properly develop. And look, we even have bull calves, gonad and giblet.
So just for context, you see this, how it's like a line of cows in here? Girlies. I used to literally think, hold on, let me show you.
And then everybody else is a heifer calf.
A heifer calf. Look at, okay, you see this barn and like how nice it is and it's so organized and clean and stuff. I used to think this was so cool. I used to be like, oh my God, this is such a beautiful barn and look how good and organized the cows are. And oh my gosh, you really take care of them. And this is so good and the quality is so good. And the quality is so good and I can't believe it. Oh my God. I used to like be like, oh my God, sixth generation Iowa farmer. This is what's so hard about identity, because identity is the thing that keeps you motivated. And if her identity is I'm the sixth generation Iowa farmer, then talk about breaking a generational curse. That's a lot, right? Okay. So like, I can imagine that, you know, you're sitting here and you're like, hey, what you're doing is wrong. And she's sitting here like, what are you even saying to me? Okay, this is crazy. This is crazy. She says cows are not repeatedly inseminated like ARAs tell you. AI is better for the cow and us. AI, artificial insemination. These cows are in heat, signaling that they're ready to be bred. Okay, but girl, why? She's saying it's easier on the cow's body if we force them instead of letting them do this. Okay, I'm about to show you some fucking on screen over here. But the idea is like she's saying better for us to artificially inseminate them than force them to get raped. And I'm saying, hear me out. Okay, hear me out. How about no? Like, how about we just don't do this? Like, look, cows fucking each other in the wild. It is what it is. But like, why are we participating in raping cows? Am I confused? Like, why are we participating in it? Why are we doing it? Like, I don't get why she can't, like, why they're not, what is that? And then did they just let that happen to that cow to show us that it's weird? Why did I have to see that?
Haha. Either I'm an idiot or I have the biggest mom brain ever or blonde moment or whatever. So I'm bopping along. So the red tape that I put on the stalls are calves that I am.
It would appear that the little kitties are getting brave.
Yeah, that's interesting. So we have this cute baby cow with her baby, and then we have an ultrasound with her baby. So this is what I mean to say, like, it took a lot of effort for me to, and I still don't, it's not that it's like equal exactly in my head yet. It's not like I see a human baby and I see a cow baby and I think exactly the same. But I think instead that the feeling I have towards my baby must be similar to how the cow feels about their baby, because it's not even the same with human beings. I mean, there are human beings who do horrible things to their own babies, and the same way that there are cows who probably do horrible things to their babies. But for the cows that love their babies and have a connection to their baby and protects their baby, which we've seen, and for the humans who feel that way about their babies, it must be the same. And if it's the same, then why am I taking away their baby? You know what I mean? Because humans are animals. So not all human parents care about their offspring or care about their babies. We know this to be true. We just pretend it's not the fact. But for the ones who care, right? It's like terrible to take away their children from them, right? So, okay. So then, to going back to this question here, they said, or a comment, they said, because I don't really see baby milk as meant for babies. Nothing in nature is meant for anything. I would argue that this is a human concept. Yeah, I just don't think that's how evolution works at fucking all. Because when we say meant for, at least when I say meant for, I mean it serves a purpose. And that's the meant for. Okay, so then that takes me to this video. Oh my God. So then, here we go. So, okay, when we talk about purpose, I'm probably going to get copyrighted for this, girl. You know I always get copyrighted for my live streams. But when we talk about purpose and we talk about that there's a reason, we also start to ask ourselves philosophical questions about, like, what was I made for? Right? Like, what am I doing here? What's the purpose of this? Now, realistically, you're not really made for something. But when you find your joy, when you find your purpose, you really start to feel like you were made for something. Like there's a purpose to your life. And though that is subjective and it becomes a part of your life story, it is a process and it is a journey. And that that's going to come in all kinds of ways, shapes and forms, right? So just remember that as we listen to this.
I used to float. Now I just fall down. I used to know, but I'm not sure now what I was made for. What was I made for? 'Cause I don't know how to feel, but I wanna try. Oh, yeah. Said I don't know how to feel, but someday I might. When did it end? All the enjoyment, I'm sad again. Don't tell my girlfriend it's not what she's made for. What was I made for?
I think, imagine not listening to music. Imagine not loving music, okay? Listen, there is something so deeply profound about existing in a space where the universe had no purpose for you. But to ask ourselves the question, the reason philosophy is really art is because it begs to ask the question, what was I made for? That is the most philosophical question you could ever ask yourself. What was I made for? Because you were made, you were brought into the universe. We were all brought, all living life came from somewhere. It might not be from a God, but here we are existing, feeling, struggling. And so if anything in the work that I do or any of the things that I post or any of the things that I cover, just to make it so clear to you, how profound and important it is that you know what you were made for. Like, this is what I'm trying to say to you. Like, you are the only you that will ever exist. Don't take that for granted. Live in the contradiction of might not be a God or inherent meaning in the way that we think, but the fact that we can ask ourselves, what are we made for? What's more beautiful and profound than that, right? So when we have a conversation about like, what are we made for? We're saying, where is our joy? Where's our philosophical joy? Where am I at peace? Where am I in positive symbiosis? What am I going to be where I'm supposed to be? We fill it with wrong information, like, oh, you're going to find your place once you have your dream job or once you have your dream car, your dream partner. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about something deeper and greater than just the material wealth we can hoard. We're talking about the profound relationships we can have, the art we can create, which is a relationship, the good we can do, which is a relationship, right? We're talking about love and connection to like a living creature that depends on you, which is a relationship, So when we have this conversation about what was I made for, that is the purpose of life, is to figure that out in many ways, not literally or objectively, but I do, from a philosophical perspective, think that is our purpose. That our purpose is to figure out what we were made for in some profound and deep and meaningful way. So we are biological creatures on a planet. We are evolved creatures, but the deeper of a relationship we can have, the deeper we can go into that biological experience, the more profound, the more beautiful, the more peaceful, the more loving, the more compassionate we get to become. We get to exist in the world, because that is something we were made for. We were made, it seems, to have amazing and deep and profound relationships, because that seems to be the one qualifying thing that exists cross-cultural that we're all seeking. A village, a community, a meaning, a sense of purpose. Talk about a collective, So that's why I love philosophy. That's why I take you down this journey. It's like, sure, we live in a world where there's all these horrible things happening, but that's because of the relationship they're having to self and others. This is why I say, look at the relationship you're having to other people, And I'm saying you don't have to be perfect at the relationship you have with other people, because we'll never be, but you can have a deeper, better relationship with them. You can, we all can. And there's so much work to do. And it starts with us. And it starts with, I think, not just going to therapy in that typical sense, but doing the work, figuring out who you are, being introspective, being philosophical. Now, hold on. I saw a comment. Chat said, not what's the meaning of life, but what gives me meaning. Yeah, if you mean it in that way, to expand on it, it's like, it's not, because sometimes we're giving these scripts like women are made to have babies. They're the happiest if they have babies. Like, think about that. Think about, we live in like a planet floating through space. We have the amazing fact that we exist. And you're telling me my only purpose is to have babies? That's it? Like, my whole purpose, my whole everything is just to produce offspring? That's what you think my one life on earth is meant to do only? As if mothers are only, as if people who produce children are only one thing? As if we are not multifaceted? They'll say, oh, it's the greatest calling you can do. As if it's a guarantee for every person that fits into this one category of person. And that's what we are challenging, is this idea that we could have one version of joy. What if joy looked different? And not in the copy way of, Brittany, what if I was in an abusive relationship, but I was actually joyful? Girl, don't fucking piss me off today. Don't ask me stupid fucking questions. What if my boyfriend hits me, but I like it? I swear to fucking God. Okay? Be serious. In this grand, profound universe, you think a man hitting you against your consent and you convincing yourself you like it is what is the fucking your joy? Don't piss me off. Don't take me out of my joy right now. Don't fucking suck me out of my happy bubble right now, girl. Okay? All right. So, right? This brings us into the last topic for today. Check out this video.
Correctly, women are to blame for higher suicide rates in men.
No, not 100%, but they play a part. Therapy is not for men. It's for women.
Men are 3 times more likely to take their life than women are.
Men are not committing suicide because they can't go to a therapist. They're committing suicide because they're lonely. Because women have decided that they don't need men and they can be independent and do whatever they want, and they've left men behind. So men who need purpose, who need to feel needed, who need to build, they've got no one to build for. They need children, they want children, but women want to, well, we don't want children. If we get pregnant, we're going to get rid of the child. We're coming to a childless society.
If I'm hearing you correctly, women are to blame for higher suicide rates in men. That is what you said.
The system is to blame. I'm not here to try and teach men. It's not my area. I don't lead men. So it's women. Where can we, as a female society, where can we take responsibility?
To be clear, are women to blame?
No, not 100%, but they play a part.
If I'm hearing you...
Okay, girl. Anyways, so, right? Okay. So she's following a script that says, this is your purpose. Purpose is a construct created through thought. And the thing I want to propose to you to kind of bring this stream to a close is, what if you had a different thought? Right? That's the idea. So you know how we say things like everyone lives in a bubble, there's different cultures, not everyone's culture is the same, so on and so forth. There is this narrative in some people's brains where they think there is one way that we are born to be on the planet and one way we are meant to act simply because of what we're assigned at birth. We know this. This is that bubble. Okay? But this bubble produced and created a offshoot of a ton of other bubbles, and all the bubbles are connected because bubbles are the perceptions. Okay, so bubbles are how we think about the world. It's how we collectively exist in the world. So when people says like, get out of your bubble, girl, when people say get out of your bubble, the insinuation is like they're not in one, but we're all in bubbles because we all exist in a perception. So then off the bubble of conservative white Christians who want to convince people because of their gender they must live a certain way to fulfill their purpose, boo. There's the offshoot into what I think of as like well-intentioned but really shallow liberal feminist observation. Check this out.
Men who did if women stopped sleeping with men who did stupid things, would men stop doing stupid things?
They'd probably call it the male loneliness epidemic and do even stupider things and then blame women for not liking them for doing said things, you know?
So yeah, so it's like so girls will be convinced, women will be convinced that if women withheld sex, if women respected themselves better, if women did XYZ, maybe men wouldn't do this. But no, that's not what happens, because patriarchy as a system won't let men take responsibility, because patriarchy as a system tells men, and women uphold it, that men are born a certain way and women are born a certain way, and that all things mean all things when all things happen. Hear me out. The voice memo guy that went viral last week, we covered it. We all debated for a long time whether or not he was being coercive or pushy or inappropriate. And let me just tell you, this is the bubble's perception. This is us living in different bubbles with different skills about consent. Christian Divine, though controversial, I just liked his crash out. Watching a man crash out at other men is one of my favorite pastimes, so forgive me. But his crash out over men siding with voicemail guy was kind of, you know, here we go.
And some of y'all looking at the comments of my last video, and some of y'all just are kind of rapey. That's what it is. I said very clearly, this is not about the voice memo note guy. This isn't a comment on the voice memo note guy. It's a comment on the comments I'm seeing.
So he's saying, I'm not even talking about the voice memo guy. I'm talking about you. He's saying you. He's not saying his audience. He's saying the people who found his videos and commented, you're rapey. And you remember the other day on stream, like a few months ago, I said, you probably know a rapist. And there was a person in chat who's getting really upset at me. They're like, I have 3 friends. You're saying one of them is a rapist? And I'm like, look, buddy, okay, y'all are rapey and you like it because patriarchy gives you permission to be rapey. The way she looked, the way she walked, the way he was walking, the way they were walking, the way they looked at me, the entitlement I have. Patriarchy absolutely trains little boys and little girls to accept rape as a part of an experience that they must have, because that's just how life is.
Around it and the ways that you guys are reacting to it. A lot of the things that you guys think are mixed signals aren't mixed signals, guys. I'm very...
So you remember how I said, and I've been saying to people, like, you need to learn to read the room. And a lot of people were like, Brittany, that's like really ableist for autistic people. I hear you. This is what I mean by that. You need to take other people's feelings into consideration. And I know we live in a room where you feel like you're forced to mask. You feel like you do a lot of... Don't confuse the right to unmask with the entitlement to cross someone's boundaries. Don't mistake social scripts that are meant to signal safety as people forcing you to be someone you're not. Be very careful as an autistic person, from one autistic person to another, not to seek rebellion through violating other people's consent, because I just know that's what sometimes we end up doing, but we're not thinking about the fact that you need to consider other people's feelings. So if read the room is too harsh, don't ignore that. Just be considerate of people. May people be considerate of you. We all should be considerate of each other, but there's no consideration in this voicemail. There's no love in this voicemail. There's no humanity in this voicemail. For him to say, I know you said you're not interested or not about it, but if I come over to your house and we don't have sex, like, what's the point? You know, that's not very kind. That's not consent. That's not informed consent. It's not loving. It's not dignified. Now, somebody in my chat said, Brittany, it makes it sound like you're anti-hookup culture. I'm anti-unsafe sex culture. Guys, most people are having unsafe sex. That's why 40% of pregnancies are unplanned. You must know you are having unsafe sex. It is very rare for people to be having safe sex. That's why it's so a rebellious or a radical for me to suggest STI testing before sexual intercourse or any sexual activity. Like the fact that I recommend people are sober. You know how many people I've met throughout my life that wanted to have sex with me? And I was like, we have to be sober. And they're like, what do you mean? I was like, well, you know, it's one thing maybe if we've both been drinking or something and we don't, you know, we're kind of, you know, this is my younger days. But generally, like, we should probably both be sober. So if I'm sober and you're not sober, we can't have sex. And people were like, wait, what do you mean? I was like, what do you fucking mean? And they're like, you're not gonna have sex with me unless I'm sober? I'm like, yeah. And they're like, why? And I was like, well, because I'm sober or I'm not drinking. Like, I'm not drunk right now. And they're like, well, I have to be drunk to kind of have sex. And I was like, well, you want to talk to your therapist about that. And I know there's trauma like that, but for me to take advantage of them is rapey. That's why I didn't do it. These men are like, let's go. These rapey men are, patriarchy has told men that if a girl is drunk, that's good. That getting her drunk is the goal. That Brittany's a prude for not having sex. But, and this was a girl, by the way. These are women. These are women. These are not men. These are women. I've had 3 instances with girls that were upset that I needed them to be sober. 3! And those women were aggressively upholding patriarchy. Those women were aggressively not deconstruct. Like they were swimming in the patriarchy, girls. And I used to tell them, this is a long time ago, but I'd be like, girlies, okay? Absolutely not. So we never did anything. Like, absolutely, like, sorry, we're not, okay? We're not going past. Absolutely not. And then we never did anything because, well, hello? Okay.
Disappointed. You hop in this comment section and you're like, oh, well, the voicemail no guy, no. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about you. I understand
Talking
it now.
about you.
This is why y'all be getting caught up. This is why so many of y'all are afraid of false allegations. Some of these things you think are ambiguous are not. I'll say this one more time.
The fear of people to say, I'm afraid of false accusations. Guys, I'm not afraid of false accusations. I hate a liar. But what are you afraid of false accusations for? Just say you're afraid of a liar. But the fact that you're afraid of being accused of rape is very interesting to me. And the fact that these mothers are like, I'm so terrified my sons will be accused of rape. Wouldn't you just be afraid your son was like, I don't know, lied on? His name was lied on, or you got scammed, or... But it's interesting that you're afraid of false accusations. That's a weird fear. That's a weird fear.
Because I know y'all got a comprehension problem. I'm not talking about the voice memo, no, man. I'm talking about y'all and your reaction to it and the things you're saying as a response. It's a lot. Mixed signals, it's so confusing. She said she wasn't sure on sex, but then she invited me back to hers. What am I supposed to...
Okay, so I talked to my friends about this because I was like, how many times have you invited someone back to your house to just hang out? I think every single one of my friends have done that. look, there's a safety factor, and I hear you guys. There's some people you never invite to your house or let them know where you live, but that's because you already don't like them. But like you don't trust them. But if I feel safe with somebody, if I'm at like a bar with my friends and we all know each other and it's like a community event, and I say, who wants to come back to my house to play board games? You know how many times in my 20s I let strangers sleep in my house because we were all a part of a community together and everybody knew each other? I'm not saying that those people can't be rapists. I'm saying there's enough of a vetting process that this could make sense. So for all those people that were like, oh, she invited him back to her house to hang out. We're like, you know, this idea that like nobody has a house to hang out at, but when somebody has a house to hang out at, now it means sex. Girls, it can mean sex. It doesn't have to mean sex. It could also just mean hanging out. You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying. Like, nobody's thinking community. Nobody's thinking safety. The fact that, like, I thought, okay, this idea that if you invite a man back to your house, that means sex, should only be true under circumstances in which you're like, do you want to come back to my house to have sex? Otherwise, it's, do you want to come to my house to hang out? That's what that means. And if he said, hey, are we going to have sex? Should I take a shower? Are we good? And you're like, oh, I don't want to have sex. Don't bother. You know, you're good. He's like, oh, okay, cool. I'll come over and hang out. You know what I mean? So, you know, when we have those conversations, you know what I'm saying? So like, it's all about it's a testament to your character, the assumption of what it means to go to someone's house, and the training you have to unlearn. Okay, you do have to unlearn it because there is a propaganda from TV shows like, hey, you want to go back to my place? You ever see like Samantha from Sex and the City? She's like, my place. Or the guys are like, you know, I get it. I understand it's the script. But there's also a bubble where you want to come to my house does not mean sex. And you have to accept we're not all existing in the same world. We don't all come from the same culture. We might all be in the same city, but we're not having the same experience.
To think that she said she wasn't sure on sex. I have to explain this to you right. Gotta be clear here. Someone could be butt booty naked in front of you. It's not a yes. It's not a yes. Bro, we're so cooked, bro. We're so fucking cooked. Looking at the comments.
Okay, now look at this video.
And just so y'all know, whenever a man asks what was she wearing, he doesn't actually think the woman wanted to be sexually assaulted. He just asked that so he can envision the outfit for himself and justify whether he would have done the same thing or not. Just giving y'all game. And just so y'all know.
Now listen to me when I say this. When I first saw this TikTok, I was like, you know what? I believe him. Do you know why I believe him? Because when I've had this conversation with men in my life, or men that I've known, okay? And I thought about it. Yeah, when we ask scenarios like, hey, like this happened, and they go, well, what was she wearing? And they're like, oh yeah, I can see how he did that. They are saying something like, if I put myself in his shoes, I can see how he thought that. And it begs the question, like, when people say, oh, if you leave your car locked, of course people are going to rob you. Because are you putting your shoes in the shoe of a robber? And you're like, yeah, if I was a robber, the car was unlocked, I would definitely rob you. But then the question is, why are you a robber? And the question is, how do you become a robber? And then the question is, how do you become a rapist? Because we keep thinking rapists are like a unique anomaly that like is a monster in the wild. A rapist is just a man you know. You know what I mean? So what happens is like, there's like a thing where people think like, oh, you must be a really bad person if you do these things, meaning I can't be you because I'm not a really bad person. So when they do the raping, it's not like they don't connect it. Now, he did say, because somebody in his chat said, they questioned him on like, well, how would you know that? Wait, why do you know that? I can't find the exact comment, but he replied, as a recovering misogynist, I'm just letting you know. And then someone said, wait, what is that about? Like, the truth is we train little boys to be predators. We victimize children before they're even brought into the world. We've already decided they're going to be a man and they're going to have my name and they're going to have big dicks and they're going to fuck women and they're going to get around and they're going to be rich. And that's disgusting. And that's disgusting that we do this to children before they've even come into the universe. Here's an example. Tried to capture a wholesome moment of our baby's first steps, but I have a husband. Girl, take this video down with peace and love. Take this video down.
Did you get it? Hey,
She got a face
Wait,
full of
come here.
titties on the way down.
He goes, she got a face full of titties on the way down. And then the wife goes, shh. You know, they're filming a wholesome video. She's probably going to send it to friends and family. And the first thought in his brain was to talk about how the babies went for the titties. Like, look, with peace and love, okay? What are we doing here? You know what I mean? Like, look, it doesn't... I get it. I've made lots of boob jokes in my life. But at the same time, like, what are you doing? You know, what is that thought process? What are you doing there? Now, look, I'm not inside this man's head. Maybe he thought it was funny. Maybe he thought it was true. I mean, it was technically a fact. But was he sexualizing it? Was he being weird about it? Was it trained under patriarchy? Like, why would you say that? You know your wife's making a wholesome video. Now she can't send this to family because you said titties. Why'd you say that? Like, you know, there's so many layers to this. Like, what are you doing? Okay? This is what I'm saying. From birth, we've trained to just like everything we see, everything we're doing, like boobs and butts and genitals. And like he's not even celebrating his baby's first steps. He's not even in the moment. You know how many parents I nannied for? And both the parents would be so excited about the baby's first steps. Like the dads are in it. They're locked in. This dad is like just not even locked in, bro. He's not even like, you know what I'm saying? He's not in the moment celebrating his baby's first steps. He's just like, titties. And I'm like, ugh. Okay. Gross. Okay. Commentary on the voice note guy.
So we all saw that voice note of that guy badgering that woman for coochie for way too long. Oh my God, that guy talked for so long that we seen his personality change 3 times. First guy was kind of sweet. Second guy was way too horny, way too fast. Third guy was a full-on psychopath. And I think third guy, that's who the guy was all along. First guy came in, he was like, I had so much fun with you on our date last night. And I'm really looking forward to seeing you on Thursday. But before I meet with you, I just wanted to make sure like our intentions were clear. I'm looking for a more physical relationship. If you're looking for one, if you're not totally cool, but if you're looking for one as well, then I would love to explore that with you. Then the second guy came out and he was like, cause let's be real. If I'm coming over on Thursday and I'm not fucking, what the fuck I'm coming over for? I got some pressure built up, shawty. I'm trying to release it. I'm trying to release it on you, girl. You gonna help me release it on you, girl. And then the third guy was just like, because if you don't let me fuck, what is your purpose? Why are you even here? Give me the box. I cannot guarantee that you will never see me again if you don't give me the box, but I can guarantee that you won't see me coming.
Sir. Okay? But that's what happened. That's why I say the mask falls. The mask falls. And that's why I say like, okay, like the fact that people heard the voice note and they only heard the beginning, but they didn't hear they didn't hear it as a whole package, as a full picture. And that's what I want you to examine in the whole world is the full picture of the situation. And that's why I say all these men that are like, what was she wearing? That's not the full picture. What was he thinking? What are we talking about? Okay. Isn't it interesting that Graham Plattner's victims got questioned, doubted, asked disgusting questions about, do you wear condoms? Did you want it? Did you like it? But Graham Plattner was not put on national television to be grilled to fucking hell about raping women. Isn't that fucking interesting? Isn't that so patriarchal that Graham Plattner, the accused rapist, wasn't grilled on national television, but his victims were? My Discord asked me to cover this TikTok, and I thought it was perfectly paced for the continuation of this conversation. The feminism of today is not more extreme than feminism as like before. So you remember the trad wife lady said women are responsible for men's suicide because they refuse to make babies or marry men and give them purpose. Okay. And then here's this video.
A lot of Gen Z men have been telling me things like, you know, you don't know what it's like to grow up in a time when the women are so hostile to men, they're misandrous and things like that. But the thing that really is different from my childhood is that the general attitudes of people are not nearly as different as they were between the generations when I was young. The difference between, 20 years ago, 40 years ago, 60 years ago when I was a kid was monumental, and that is simply not the case now. For example, the feminism that the Gen Z men seem to think is so extreme now, there's nothing that I've ever seen or heard from a Gen Z woman that would be particularly extreme when I was younger. Yes, there are more Gen Z women who are feminists today than there were when I was young, but their feminism is completely mainstream among my peers growing up. It's not that feminism is somehow more extreme now. It just isn't. You know, what is different is that when I was growing up, like in urban liberal areas, we were hanging out with each other as friends. We knew each other as friends. That was very standard. Like I almost never saw friend groups that were just like all boys or all girls once, you know, you're in high school or older. Segregating by gender strictly was something for elementary school kids. We were friends with each other. I mean, I would say that even conservative kids were friends with each other across gender boundaries.
That was my lived experience growing up. My brothers have a very different friend group where I'm like, why don't you have like friends that are like girls and boys and stuff? I did. Growing up, I had all gendered friends. I have pictures of all my childhood, but my younger brothers don't. Well, other than my gay brother. But my brothers don't have close girlfriends. And I'm like, what's going on? Now, a big part of it is that they're not, okay, so I think for my brothers, there's twofold problems. One, they're religious, but not active religious. So when I was younger, we were religiously active. So I had my religious group friends, my homeschool friends, and we were all genders mixed together. We were never separate. And then I went to public school and I had all my theater friends and we were never separate. I think my brothers, though they were in public school a lot longer than me, by the time they got to school, I think there was a distinct segregation of the sexes in a way that was like specific. I don't know what it is, but and they also hold like a lot of misogynistic views, or they have like very patriarchal stuff. And I think the problem is like they're not socializing at church, and then they're not in youth groups, so then they're not doing field trips or outings with people. But I had absolutely friends of all genders. There was just like, I can't tell you how many times my mom would drop me off at my friend's house and we were girls and boys all hanging out. Like, so this is a big deal, you know?
So when I hear women talking about feminist ideas, I think of it as a cry for help, a cry for support, a desire for equality. I don't think of it as an attack against myself, and I would say that was true for the vast majority of my friends growing up. But the feeling I get is that Gen Z men, a lot of them, not all of them obviously, spent way too much time online growing up, and they didn't have enough in-person deep friendships and interactions with women. And as a result, like they have this weird distorted view and they feel attacked. Another video Andra posted was about how these guys were standing there trying to talk to her and her friend, and they just only said one question and then expected them to call them after that. And she was saying, like, why can't they hold a conversation? So I really think that this has a lot more to do with it, like lack of in-person friendships and interactions with people of the opposite sex. And I think this is created by the technology that Gen X and millennials made.
Well, I think Chat said it perfectly, and I completely agree with you. You said, I think it's more bubbled for sure rather than generational. Yeah, I agree. It's got to be the bubble differences, because my brother, who grew up in group activities with people, as he got older, him and his wife are very Catholic, and they don't have opposite sex friends unless they're couples or in groups. And that makes more sense for their patriarchal bubble to me, because like, why does my brother have a friend that's a girl? Because he hasn't deconstructed patriarchy enough for that to make sense. And that's the problem, is like, if you haven't deconstructed patriarchy enough, then you can't have friends that are girls, because you can't see them as anything other than potential lovers. Now, and I don't mean potential lovers like a leftist, because don't get me wrong, like I slept with a lot of my friends growing up and they were always potential lovers because we were all very free. But that's different than in patriarchy. You don't sleep with your friends under patriarchy. You don't become close to people you're not sleeping with. Like that guy in the voice note said, what's the point of getting closer to you if we're not fucking? And that's not what liberated, sex positive, safe sex circles are doing. So I definitely think there's a combination of bubble dynamics at play here. Now, I want to share this with you. This is Andrea Dworkin is a rad femme, controversial, wrote a lot of books, and this is the Donahue Show, which with Erica Young as well. And there's an interview happening in the video I just want you to see this section. But basically, her book is called Intercourse, and then Erica has her own book that's under. It's about sexual fantasies and stuff. And the audience doesn't like that. Andrea is basically saying that intercourse under patriarchy is basically violent and non-consensual. And they don't like that Erica is necessarily saying that they're confusing Erica's book with like the difference between fantasy and reality. So just watch this interaction.
I think that the reality is that
Oh, I forgot the volume is really low on this video. Let me try to turn it up.
many women have sex under circumstances that they don't choose.
She said, in my opinion, a lot of women have sex under circumstances they didn't choose.
It's an economic reality because we make less money than men. It's a reality when we look at the statistics of sexual violence in our society, and it's a reality in many marriages. Thus, we have the newly defined crime of marital rape.
Are you there, caller? Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes.
I remember when my dad had his talk with me about sex. And to this day, I will never forget his words. He described pushing the woman's arms to the side, using my knees to separate the woman's knees, and it literally chilled my heart listening to that.
You understand Ms. Dworkin's point.
I agree completely with Miss Dworkin.
Okay, just so I don't get copyrighted. He's saying his dad, when he gave him the birds and the bees conversation, like the sex talk, he told him that he would have to pin women's arms and spread their legs with his own knees. This is why I'm saying we make rapists. Like, patriarchy makes rapists. Like, our fathers are teaching us how to rape people, and they're calling it consensual sex. That's what I'm saying to you, right? Chet says, Bridge is curious, why don't you read books anymore? You said you identified as a reader for a long time, but haven't been that person for decades. No. Oh my God, is that what you guys think I've been saying this whole time? I hate sometimes autism or communication. I don't know what to hate. Is that what you guys think I've been saying this whole time? No, that's impossible. I've literally talked about books I've been reading. I'm not reading a book a day anymore, but I'm still reading. Is that what you guys are hearing? Of course I'm a reader. I just don't read a book a day. I'm literally serious. I used to read 30 books a month. The average person reads like 10 books a year. Okay? No, I just don't read books every day anymore. Oh my God. Okay, thank you, Chad. Thank you for validating me. Okay, it was just a misunderstanding. Yeah, like, no, you know what I mean? Oh my God. I thought you said you weren't that person anymore. Yeah, I'm not the person who reads a book a day anymore. Because that's 30 books a month. I don't have the time to read 30 books a month anymore, right? But I used to read 30 books a month. I'm saying I'm not that person, you know? Anyways, okay, so you got it. Good. Okay, so all of this to say, talk about perception and understanding. I get it. Okay? Chat said I thought she didn't read physical books anymore. No, I read. Plug in. Communication is so hard. Holy fuck. No, I read all books. I read physical books. I read audio books. I read. I just don't read 30 books a month anymore. Anyways, communication. Okay. Okay. This comment from Andrea is taken severely out of context by the audience, because the audience is thinking, are you saying like women don't have consensual sex? Or women aren't having good sex with their husbands? And she's saying under patriarchy, under the framework of patriarchy, to have sex that is fully consensual, informed, of your own volition, you would have to be with a partner that is also creating that environment for you. So if you have an environment in which your partner is not creating that, they are entitled to your body, they are entitled to sex, they are entitled to orgasm, then you're not given that. So as an example, one of the more popular conversations that came about when I was a younger person was about the frequency in which you had sex. And the other day I shared a story with you guys that my partner and I had been long distance, and we hadn't met each other in person, and he flew to America to see if I wanted to be with her. And when they came, we decided to have sex, of course, consensually, but we had preemptively prepared, gotten STI tested, gotten contraceptives, got ready. But it was not a guarantee. None of the steps we took to have safe sex was an agreement to have sex. We did not consent to having sex just because we prepared to have sex, right? Somebody in the comment section who got banned said that was fucked up of you, because if he came all the way from Europe and you didn't have sex with him, that would have been fucked up. That's rape culture. Rape culture is that I have to give it up. What if he didn't want to have sex with me? Stupid. What if he was the one who didn't want to have sex with me? Stupid. But this commenter was like, no, all men want to have sex always. Well, good thing I didn't marry a man. Okay? That's why I say we're gender deconstructionists. Because what the fuck is that? What if he didn't want to have sex? The assumption that I'm always the one, or that he's always the one, or what is that? Okay? And that's what I'm saying about this idea that under patriarchy, women are coerced into sex, and men, little boys are raped by their cultural expectations. Fathers buying their sons prostitutes or strippers to give them their adult moment. Little boys, since they were children, oh, you're gonna be a lady killer. Oh, you're gonna have to chase all the girls. Ooh, if you like her, hit her. You know what I'm saying? Little boys are targeted. They're sexualized and objectified. We are turning innocent little children into predators because of culture. And this is what I mean to say. When this caller calls in and said, my father gave me the talk, and the talk was basically that I would have to rape a woman to have sex with her. That is someone's father raising them to be this way. This isn't inherent to being a man biologically, because there's no such thing as a biological man. I don't believe there's such a thing as a biological woman. I don't believe in the concept. I think it's a made up construct. I don't think we're biologically male or female in the way that you think. I think we're having relationships with the self, with our biological predispositions, our biological experience, and society gives us a script. And the script is patriarchal, it's racist, it's bigoted, it's all about domination, okay? And that's really what she talks about in this interview. And I will link it, girls. And just for the record, she's, these are all controversial ladies in their own right. But also, they are, in many ways, like trailblazers. They wrote books. She was kind of known as a political lesbian. There's a lot of controversy there, but there you go. So when we have conversations about these thinkers and the way they were received, what really is eye-opening is the audience's reaction. That the audience's reaction is the same reaction we're seeing today in culture, okay?
Is it possible that out there we really have mutually consenting adults, considerate of each other's feelings, and partaking in this basic human entitlement?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I don't think there's that many people sharing that way.
So Donahue says, do you think that there are adult people, to the caller, who are having consensual sex? And the caller said, I don't know how many people are having it that way. Look, I'm anti the porn industry. As Andrea was super anti porn industry. Me too. I am very anti the porn industry, and I have an OnlyFans. Okay. I'm retired from making masturbation videos, but girl, I just sold a few to somebody. You know what I'm saying? You want to see me masturbate? It's on OnlyFans. But again, I'm anti the porn industry. And some people are like, isn't that the same thing? No, because you don't know what the porn industry is. You don't understand the industry that is porn. I'm not anti-masturbation. I'm not anti-making adult videos. I'm anti the porn industry. Okay? The question is, where do you land? It's different for everybody. Now, Andrea has her own opinion. I have my own opinion. We all have our own opinions. I'm not opposed to people selling feet photos or being sex workers. I'm anti-patriarchal systems that objectify women's bodies for money. In the same way, I'm anti-overconsumption as it comes to the exploitation of people often outside of the U.S. who are making your clothes for pennies on the dollar while you sit there and brag about how you got a shirt for $3. I mean, great brag, I guess. Isn't that funny how Americans always brag how cheap they got things? Oh, I got this really, yeah, but at the expense of who? Okay?
Andrea, here's what you told our senior producer. I wanted to examine the meaning of intercourse in a society where women are not equal. And what I found was that intercourse is an act to express domination and hostility toward women. It's an instrument of exploitation.
This is 1987. I'm not even alive yet. I'm still in my dad's balls, bro. I'm literally in my dad's balls. My parents haven't even, I'm not even in the plan. You know what I mean? I think in 1987, my mom was still on birth control before she went back to the Catholic Church. You know what I'm saying? And here she is having the same conversations we're trying to have today. And I'm 37. 30-fucking-7.
Yes, and I think the key words there are dominance and hostility, and also that it is in a social environment of male power over women. And that's why...
Listen to what she says. You know what I found fascinating about this interview? And she kept saying, that's not what I said. And I hate the way the media is spinning it. When he starts off the interview at the very beginning of the show, she says, he introduces her in her book in a certain way. And she goes, oh, I didn't know that. Did I write that? Because I don't remember writing that. Donahue, Republicans, conservatives, patriarchy, they're always trying to twist our fucking words. Me, when boys review my content online, they're always trying to fucking twist my words. Oh, Britney's this and Britney's that and women are this and everyone's... And I'm saying, we didn't say that. She's saying something very important in this context. She's saying, if you have a deconstructed patriarchy, if you're coming from a dominance lens, if it's hierarchical. And he's like, so do you think men and women can't have consensual sex?
When I say I agree with Erica, this is a true agreement. I mean, feminists in our various ways have been working very hard to try to create an egalitarian society in which sex is not a weapon against women.
Well, see, where sex is not a weapon against women. Sex being a weapon against women comes in the form of this trad wife saying this.
Correctly, women.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. That was so loud for your ears. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Chad. Their video is so blown out. I'm so sorry.
If I'm hearing you correctly, women are to blame for higher suicide rates in men.
No, not 100%, but they play a part. Therapy is not for...
So, okay. So if I'm hearing you correctly, women play a role in men's suicide rates because they're not putting out getting married, having kids. And that's the conversation we're having in 2026. And this is exactly what Andrea Dorkman was saying in 87. This is what she was saying in 1987.
Try to imagine what that society would be like, a society in which sex were not a weapon, but sex was a mutual pleasure and a joy and a bond between couples. Where I just...
And then Erica is saying, yeah, I'm imagining a world in which sex is liberatory, it's beautiful, it's consensual, it's making love, it's between two consensual beings. You know, it's all of this stuff. And we're viewing, like, we're trying to say, imagine a world where I wanted to have sex with you and you wanted to have sex with me. And it was of my own free volition. It was truly of the heart. It was truly of the mind. It was truly of the mind, body, and soul. You know? Imagine that. And the voice note guy's like, so we gonna fuck or not? And it's like, bro.
Agree with the book is that I would like to see such a society created. I would like to stress the possibility of that positiveness and love. It's not that I don't say that there is rape in our society and that sex cannot be used violently, and it often is. But I would like to explore the possibility of a newly feminized culture in which sex could be really beautiful.
Yes. I believe that there are plenty of couples.
Damn, this queen looked fucking fashionable. Holy shit. I need this jacket in my life. If I do not own a jacket like this in the next 6 months, have I truly lived?
Around who engage in this kind of sex that you're talking about, but you're not being fair to the majority of the couples, and especially the men who are very warm, loving.
Most men are warm and loving.
Boo!
Absolutely, and I think you're talking about a percentage, but not. That's right. So you get your voice in, and you have a right to say that. But think about us too, who enjoy.
What about the men? What about the men? Okay, so it's just like this idea, right? Like, men are wonderful and soft and loving and blah, 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 blah. This is what I'm saying. Girl, the world is the way it is because we are the way that we are. But let me tell you this. Listen, I love philosophy because I will be answering the question, what is love, for the next 1,000 years. But this is why we need updated philosophers. This is why we need bell hooks. This is why we need Andrea Dworkin. It's why we need everybody. We need people to say, absolutely not. I'm observing what I'm observing and it's real and I see it and I have evidence for it. That you keep telling me men are loving and beautiful and everything, but why are they the 95% of violent crimes? You know? You say this is true, but then why are the divorce rates so high? Because we're leaving our abusive relationships. Guys, it is so bad out there that when I lived, hear me out, I watch a lot of Dave Ramsey's finance show, and you know how much I don't like Dave, and I really don't like Dave Ramsey. Okay, I just like finance shows, and I love when his other guests are on, like Jade and everybody else. But when even Dave Ramsey, and I don't even like Dave, you know he pisses me off, he will tell women to leave their husbands. I heard him this morning. This woman called in and she said, he's not involving me in the finances. And he said, you tell him that he is not a big man by denying you access to your money. And if he keeps it up, you're going to leave him. Okay. And that's what I'm saying. Even the Christian Dave Ramsey is out here telling people get divorced. You know it's bad out there when the conservatives are like, leave him, girl, leave him. And it got so bad that even their audience was like, why do you keep telling women to leave their husbands? And it's because that's it. Literally, it is so bad out here that even they were like, I didn't know men were out here being this way, but they are. And that's what I'm saying. There is something really wrong with the world. And it's not because they were born this way. It was because they were raised this way. And patriarchy continues to make it happen. And all of us are participating. Our mothers, our sisters, our aunties, our uncles, our fathers. We are all responsible for how the village grows, and children are watching us. And so we have to separate activities. We have to say this is for children and this is for adults, and there's an overlap and there's a way to have conversations. But children are watching us and we should pay attention to that, okay? Right? And that's what I want. That's what I want us to understand is like, I don't believe in bioessentialism, gender essentialism. I don't want you to think like I'm a man, I'm a horrible person. I want you to think, damn, patriarchy is fucking evil and I need to deconstruct that. I need to unlearn that, right?
If you're saying most men are warm and loving, that's fine. But if women are afraid to admit when they're in a relationship and they're being abused, why is it so much different that women are going to be in a relationship when they're being forced into sex that they're not enjoying or not, if they can't admit one thing?
Do you agree that most men are warm and loving and generous?
I'm not sure I do.
I believe in what you're saying.
Yeah, hang on one second.
Warm and loving, I don't know. You coined the term zipless encounter.
Thank you.
Scared
You can't
for a minute.
say on the air, right.
Which was real popular in the 70s. How do you account for that? That didn't have much to do with warm, loving relationships.
Okay, so now they're challenging Erica on this idea of promiscuous sex. They're saying you became this icon for this idea of like casual sex or something like this, but listen to how she explains it.
Fear of Flying, I described the fantasy of the zipless you-know-what, as we say on television, or zipless encounter. I described it as a fantasy. I described it as the fantasy of sex with an anonymous stranger, and it was very much a fantasy in the book. Isadora, at the end of Fear of Flying, is offered the chance to have an anonymous encounter. She doesn't take it. What Fear of Flying was about was the right to be a whole person sexually and to feel your sexual feelings. It was not about recommending promiscuity or notches on bedposts. I believe that the sexual revolution never really happened in America. I believe that we mistook, at a certain period of time, numbers, sleeping with a lot of people, for true sexuality.
100%. This is why I'm not pro unsafe sex. I'm pro sexual liberation, which I don't think truly happened. That I think this is a conservative talking point. Conservatives have convinced you that we have been sexually liberated. We have not been sexually liberated. We're still having sex with tons of shame. Everyone is sex negative. Like, that's not what we're doing. We're not getting the consensual choice. We're not making informed decisions. We're not engaging any of that. So, guys, this is 1987, and we're still doing this all these years later. We're having the same conversations.
Sleeping with a lot of people is not true sexuality. You can have bad mechanical sex with 1,000 people. True sexuality is being open to your feelings and your fantasies, having a free flow of feeling, a free flow of emotion, loving, caring, and being in touch with your body and your mind.
Is it possible for a woman to have that?
Freedom. And we have never had a sexual revolution in America, as far as I'm concerned.
Is it possible for a woman to have the kind of...
I think that it is possible.
You think,
I
there
think
are
in
women
this
out there
society,
who do.
I think it's rare. And I also think that what's interesting about Fear of Flying is the way it was misrepresented in the
media. So right now she's got her girls back. She says, Erica and I might disagree on some things, but you guys fucked her over in the press. This is what I say about the way people talk about your work. My work is so important to me, and the way people talk about it, I'm like, oh, you're fucked. You're really fucked up the way you talk about people's work. Listen to this.
press. When I read Erica's book and I realized that she was talking about adventure and fantasy and possibilities for women, I had not read anything like that when other people wrote about the book. They wrote about it as if she were an advocate of women being more objectified, more used, and more exploited. And that wasn't true.
Exactly. Because we don't want to understand. It's like you're deliberately misunderstanding, or you're doing it because I refuse to engage. Now, listen, this is still 1987. These women have their own controversies, but I think what is important is that you understand that we're still having the same conversation today. That we have not solved it. We have not had true sexual liberation. We have not had true, racism is not over. Like, we're still struggling. It just looks different. It's adapted. We're fighting homophobia and transphobia. Like, the audacity for conservatives to say that we live in a gay America. The audacity of my own parents to say, you know, the nuclear family was destroyed by the gay people. 3 of their kids? I guess we did destroy it. The reason I'm a gender deconstructionist, the reason all of my life I've struggled to date is because I obviously was, obviously I was only going to be happy in a relationship in which gender was just not a part of it. The only time gender comes up in this marriage is when we're deconstructing our learned behaviors. I mean, truly, I've never felt more liberated than being partnered with somebody that is not a man, and I am not a woman, and we don't have to be those things in order to be valuable. And said that I am me and they are them, and Together, we have a family and a stability that is beautiful. And I think, we made each other better people in this way. I think before meeting them and going on that journey, I think they were a heavy influence in my gender deconstruction. And I think we just had this conversation earlier, a few weeks ago as a couple, that we both moved each other in such a beautiful direction of unlearning so many things. Like even being with a European who's so anti-capitalism just encourages and helps me deconstruct my capitalism upbringing so much better, right? And then, being with somebody who's as feminist and well-read as me helps my partner in so many ways. And so we help each other. We take what we've learned and we help each other. And I think that is, for me, what liberation feels like. It feels like saying that I, for my limited time on earth, get to have the custom life I want and the custom relationship with self I want and the custom relationship I want. And, fuck all these scripts that tell me that I'm not good enough unless. And I remember my mother had said to me, maybe last year, 2 years ago, whatever it was, maybe if you stopped working, you would want kids again. Listen to me when I say this. If I wanted kids, I would have kids. I wanted kids my whole life. After I became disabled, I just lost it. I lost that thing. That desire to have kids went away. That doesn't mean I don't look at kids and I go, oh my gosh, our baby would be so cute. Or, oh, if we raised a baby, or I love my nieces and nephews. It means that thing that was so part of my identity, it changed. And instead of fighting it, I'm going along with it. And that's kind of my radical acceptance belief for myself, is that I'm not here to fight my joy. I'm here to swim in it. I'm here to feel liberated by it. And like my therapist said, stop living for a dream that you have in your head and start living a joyful life, and let that be the dream. Let the dream be your joy more than a script you are meant to follow, or an image of what your life should look like, or insert prescription here. And it's truly liberated me, and it's allowed me to be a better activist, a better person, a better community member, a better partner, a better sister, a better everything. And I just think that is the goal. That, yes, we're fighting patriarchy and white supremacy and all of these evil oppression frameworks. Absolutely. And you still have to go home and put your head on a pillow every night. And I hope that you are joyful when you do that. I hope that no matter the stress you're under or the pain that you feel, you know that it's worth it, and that you were made for something, and that the thing you were made for was to have a relationship with yourself and a relationship with others. So introspection, our relationship with self, and extrospection, our relationship with everything outside of ourself. And this is what's so important, is that like the coolest thing about our evolutionary makeup, the process that made us what we are today as a species, is that we have an ability to have a deeper relationship with this thing, with existence, with our brains and our bodies and our hearts and our souls, in quotations here, and our relationships. Like, it's really meaningful to me when we talk about a collective that we are in relationship. It's really meaningful to me that these women in 1987 were on TV with conservatives arguing for the right to have a relationship, a consensual and informed, a liberated relationship. Everything we do is relationship. We create art as a form of relationship. We do politics as a form of relationship. Philosophy is a relationship. And so when I use this as an ability to go back in time and to really see what these women were going through, and there it is. The same thing that I feel like I'm fighting for today, which is the right to a relationship, a consensual relationship, with the fact that I exist in the first place, and the fact that I get to choose my friends and choose my family and choose my life. And even when it's complicated and not perfect, to choose to unconditionally love those people as well, to build connection with them, and to attempt to break generational curses, right? Chat says, let's see, that is a beautiful, that is so beautiful on the comment of your relationship. My deconstruction has led, by your video on deconstructing gender, have also led me to similar ends points, which have been such a new experience. I love that. Congratulations. Congratulations. Let's see. Chat says, is this why your desire for kids stopped your disability, or did your lose interest in having kids coincide with your disability? Yeah, it coincided. I mean, I think we're biological creatures. And so I think my desire to have children was heavily biologically based, in the sense that it was something I wanted. Absolutely. But I've wanted kids since I was like 8 years old. Guys, when I was like a child, I would walk by maternity stores and dream about being pregnant before I had my period. So my makeup was like, if I had kids in my 20s, I would have had 6 or 7 of them, but I didn't. And by the time I got with my partner, and by the time I was open to having children, I even looked into adopting as a single mother. Eventually, though, I did get sick, and that feeling went away. That feeling I had my whole life, it just disappeared. And I was like, oh, Okay, well, there it is. So again, I don't fight it. My goal, my radical acceptance is not to fight that thing, but to accept it as a reality. So yeah, do I think my body is strong enough to have a baby now? Fuck no, bro. But I also don't have the desire. It's not like I look at kids and go, oh, I wish I could have had a kid. I don't have that experience. So I know some women do, and I'm really like, they mourn the babies they didn't have. And I hear that. I've gone through that process, but I don't look at a baby and think, you know, I want a baby. But I love children. They're great. And if I ever needed to house children, I would, right? Chester Brittany, I'm so sorry that was your upbringing in reference to your mom saying gay people ruined the nuclear family. Yeah, my parents believe that because, I mean, that's conservative propaganda straight out of Fox News and Tucker Carlson, right? That's Christianity for you. Like, they think gay people are perverted and ruining culture and like it's a sin, it's not good. Again, guys, I really appreciate you showing empathy and compassion about me and my parents. I also want you to know that therapy really helps. That therapy liberated me from feeling, it healed the pain I had growing up about that. It fixed it. Therapy gave me permission to let it go. My parents' homophobia is not my problem. I thought it was my problem. I thought I had to fix it. I thought it was my obligation. It has nothing to do with me. It is their business, their God, their religion, their politic, has nothing to do with me. And therapy really allowed me to let it go. My therapist was like, why does this have anything to do with you? I was like, because I'm gay. And she was like, yeah, if only, huh? If only your parents' issues were your responsibility. And I said, damn, okay. And it freed me. Now it's none of my business. Like, we'll talk about it, but my parents' homophobia has nothing to do with their kids. It existed before their kids came into the universe. It's their own issues, their own trauma. And guys, a lot of people, you know, again, it's very, patriarchy is very bigoted. It's a bigoted framework. Okay. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, patriarchy is not going to help you. It's not going to help your relationship with your kids. It's not going to have your relationship with your partners. Like, patriarchy at the end of the day is going to come at the expense of so many vulnerable communities and especially your own psychology. Like, boys are victims to patriarchy. The only dilemma is like, if there's a hierarchy, which patriarchy is, then whether or not we're all victims, even when there's victims involved, there are hierarchies amongst victims and some of the victims become perpetrators of this harm. So it's not good. It's just the reality of it. Okay. And so we have to do our best to understand it's complex and it's nuanced. And what we're doing is we're trying to prevent it. We're not trying to fix the people who are already fucked up. Like, that should happen too, but that's a different journey. We're trying to prevent people from being fucked up. Right? So you know how Andrew Tate specifically targeted young minor children and started dating them, quote, and then raped them and then groomed them. And then those women as adults went on to go recruit other girls to be trafficked. Okay. Those girls are victims. They're rape victims. They were child rape victims. They were trafficked by Andrew Tate, right? He bragged about it, admitted it, made courses on it, right? Okay. That's what I mean about the hierarchy of victim. What we're trying to do is prevent any of those girls from becoming victims of Andrew Tate. What I'm trying to do for you guys is prevent you from even being a victim of those circumstances. Because once you're the victim, like, we need to get you help, because then it's learned behavior the same way I have learned behavior, the same way you have learned behavior. We're trying to prevent rape, but it will happen. But the idea is, like, I do think we can prevent it by raising better boys, by raising better people, because I do think we train boys to rape. Like this caller said, my father basically told me that sex was rape, right? So that means it's preventable. That means we can do something about it before it happens. And then when it happens, we'll care for those people as needed. But these are two separate issues. These are two separate issues. The people who are white supremacist KKK hood wearers and the little boys who are growing up in groups where they don't have any black friends. Okay, so we have to, before those kids who have no black friends start heading out and wearing a hood, we got to intercept and say, even, you know, we got to, okay, not by forcing them to be friends with black kids if they don't have any in their neighborhoods, because some of these places are very white, by exposing them to media, giving them role models to look up to who are black, by reminding them that, like, racism is bad, by teaching them not to be bigoted. Like, same thing with homophobia and transphobia, right? Okay, have you seen Kev on stage getting grilled right now because he basically is deconstructing from Christianity, and he's like, you know what? I'm cool with gay people, and I've been masturbating. I don't think it's a sin. Have you guys seen that? And everyone is freaking out about Kev on stage, like deconstructing from Christianity. But this is what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Okay, look, this is great. I love to see a man liberate himself. Okay.
I don't think masturbation is a sin no more. I beat that meat.
Okay.
I beat that. So I'm gonna let you talk, Angel. But while we're here, I don't think gay people is living in sin. I feel like they are, if they just living with a gayness, right? That is how they are attracted to people. I don't think it separates them from God's love. Agree or disagree. Also, I don't
know if that means he's okay with gay people getting married, or if that just means like gay people in generally are a sin. I don't know.
been paying my tithes.
Oh,
Ain't been paying
at all.
Oh,
in a good amount of years.
Not even Easter.
You know what? God doesn't need your 10%.
You got to give into the kingdom, Kevin.
I give offering.
I put it on.
But straight 10% of my income.
No. I mean, when I stream, I put it on Easter because the QR came up.
Let's talk about it. If you're gonna drag me, get me for everything. I give a lot. I give all types of ways.
Well, I mean, now 10% would
straight 10%. I probably give that throughout my employees and the people in the community easily. But straight to a church, no, sir. Also, I don't think masturbation is a sin no more. I beat that meat.
Okay.
I beat that
I don't think anybody was wondering how you felt.
No, we gonna get it all out.
Nobody was wondering
that meat get beat.
What you know?
When I'm on, Angel. When I'm on the road, especially, I be beating it.
Okay, so you get the point. Happy for him. We love to see a king deconstruct. Okay, but this is what I mean. Like, Kev is old. Kev is old, and he's just having this, and he's just posting this, and people are just mad at him. Kev is old. How many people are becoming old, and they're still deconstructing this, right? Okay, so just something to keep in mind. This was all the Christian TikTok is mad at him, but this is what I mean. Okay, regardless of how much more he needs to deconstruct, and there's obviously parts of this, Kev is old, he's popular, he's famous, he has resources, and here he is finally at this journey at this old age. Okay, he's also watching One Piece, which I've been enjoying his journey on. I have been watching Kev's reviews of One Piece. It has been a pleasant experience, okay? So now imagine that the whole world is Kev, and Kev is beyond so many people already. He's like ahead of billions of people already, and he's still just where he's at. So now think about the way the world is, and the way that we're all suffering, and how much work we all have to do. But you know what's cool about it is that it's possible. I think what's so exciting is that you can do something about it. You don't have to stay the way that you are. There is hope. You can be a less bad person, a better person, a more loving person, a more compassionate person. And it really begins with looking inward, of course, and then really looking at your life and realizing like you are a product of everything that came before you. You know, you didn't just pop into existence. We don't do anything alone. We all live in a community, and I think the world is a reflection of that community. And right now, we are in a group project that I think we're failing, but I think that that doesn't mean we have to give up, you know? So when I say the world is a reflection of us as a whole, this is what I mean. You know, the world is a reflection of us as a whole, and if Kev, who seems like a pretty nice guy, is just now deconstructing Christianity, what does that say for the billions of people that are still following all these patriarchal religions? You know, in some countries, I was just watching a man and a woman were caught kissing and unmarried, and they got whipped in public. And I was like, patriarchy. Like, patriarchy is just like sex shaming, mental health shaming. Violence is its only solution. It's just patriarchy. And I'm like, girl, all for a little snog? Crazy. Okay. But that's what I say about patriarchy. It really is that deep. It really is that important. And your children are going to be the number one victims of it. If you care about your children, dismantle patriarchy. If you care about your children, dismantle white supremacy. If you care about your children, dismantle capitalism. And the world will be so significantly better. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Okay? Now, with that said, that's basically all I had for you today. Does anybody have any questions, comments, thoughts? I'll be back tomorrow. Lots to go over as usual. We've already been here almost 5 hours, girl. And I have not gotten the proper amount of sleep this week because Indiana's been sick. But I still think we killed it today. Okay, I think we killed it today. I think we started off passionate, loud, my favorite state of being, and then I think we just ended on the perfect note. So I hope you guys had so much fun today, right? Jess says, what does dismantle mean? Like tear it apart, and how? So deconstruct means to pull it apart and understand in details. Dismantle means to start again, like basically knock it down, start again. Okay? Dismantle means didn't work. Okay? That's how you, so we are dismantling white supremacy. It's not going to work. There's no form of white supremacy that works. There's no form of capitalism that works. There's no form of patriarchy that works. Okay? We're done. Okay? So we don't need to update it. We don't need to reform it. We don't need to change it here and there. No. There's no form of it that works. Useless. Next. Right? Chess says, please share your hair care routine for us, our curly-haired girlies. Okay, listen. Let's end on this note, okay? Okay. How's the back looking? Okay. Listen. Okay. First and foremost, I wash every 5 to 6 days. Okay. When I wash, okay, first, I shampoo. Then, and I shampoo and I get in there and I move my head around. I don't scratch. I don't pull at my hair. I move my skull around. Okay. I'm kind of like massaging, getting the blood flowing. Okay. I'm getting the blood flowing. Oh, Chad said so much hair. You know what's so sad? I'm going bald. I've lost hair here specifically. My hair used to be thicker. I'm so sad. I've never been so sad in my life to lose some of my hair, but I'm grateful that it's so much of it still exists. Okay. I go in and I massage. I shampoo the roots, right? Get the blood flowing. Okay. Shampoo my hair out. Okay. Then I make sure it's all clean. If it's a really mucky day, maybe I'll double shampoo. Maybe I'll do like a cleanser shampoo or something. Okay. Then I go into my conditioner, roots. Okay. Not roots. Sorry. The ends of my hair with conditioner. Okay. I get it all conditioned. I don't really condition here. Okay. I just condition the hair. Then I put it up and I let it sit. I shave my arms, I clean my body, I wash everything, get my face routine, whatever I'm doing. Okay. Oh, pause. Once every 2 weeks, I do a hair mask though, between the shampoo and the conditioner. That's a whole day. That's a really rough day though, because you have to shampoo your hair and let it dry a little bit and have it be a little damp. And then you do the hair mask and then you do the conditioner. But most of the time I'm not. Okay. So then I do the conditioner, I wash it out. Okay. Then I get out of the shower and I detangle my hair. I use a pick. That's the only thing I ever use on my hair, though I should probably get more things. Okay. And then I flip my hair upside down and I start with my leave-in conditioner. Okay. I run my hair through it and kind of grab and twist my curls. Okay. So I'm kind of like, I'll kind of do, maybe I'll finger curl, you know, I tip it all the way upside down. And then maybe like I finger curl some of the bottom ones or something. Okay, I finger curl these top ones. Sometimes I go through and finger curl everything, but sometimes I don't. Like today, I scrunched. Today, I always upside down and I scrunch. Okay, after I do the leave-in conditioner, I've added a new routine into my hair care. I don't know if you guys noticed, I've been using mousse. Okay, so then I recently got a mousse I've been using. Okay, and I put the mousse in and I crunch and I crunch and I crunch and I crunch and I crunch. I sleep usually in a scarf that goes over my head first and then a bonnet that goes over that. Okay, if I'm feeling overstimulated and I can't handle it, I lift my hair up and I lay it on my pillow. And then throughout the night when I'm sleeping, I constantly lift up my hair and lay it on the pillow so it doesn't. Okay, so if I'm feeling too overstimulated to wear my bonnet, Okay, just okay, that's what I do. And then the drying process, the defusing process, you just got to pick. Okay. Okay. You're upside down. You're okay. One of my friends who's a hairstylist, she taught me to, I don't have my pick with me, but when your hair is upside down, girls, you go in right here. Okay. You put it in and you kind of stretch out the curl a little bit. Okay, you kind of go in and you stretch out the curl a little bit. And when you flip it back around, it adds a volume. Okay, it adds volume. So you flip, you kind of stretch it out. You kind of encourage it to, and then you come back around and you kind of do one of these. Okay. And then you play with it 1,000 times till it makes sense. And now I look like I'm, all over the place, but there you go. So yeah, so I just started the mousse process. I don't know that it will work, but I feel like it's good. I feel like it adds a little bit something. I don't know what it's adding, but I feel like it does add volume. Now, I did get a vegan mousse, and I got a mousse that specifically is about, I think it's a volume mousse. I think it's specifically on the cover said volume, like extra volume, but it is vegan. So I was pretty proud of myself for finding it, honestly. Yeah, that's my hair care routine. Simple. Very easy to do. I usually listen to my finance shows or a podcast while I'm diffusing my hair because it takes a while. And then when it's diffusing, crunch. When it's diffusing, okay? You're diffusing upside down. I sit on the toilet. I flip over my hair. Sometimes I stand up and I crunch while it's diffusing. I crunch. You know what I mean? I crunch, right? Maiden, thank you so much with the super chat. Says for stream today, girly, love to see the passion and intellect. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Just as I need to go back to leave-in conditioner. Oh, I couldn't even live without my leave-in conditioner, honestly. I don't even know how would I even live my life? I can't. Oh my gosh. Right? Just says, do you think that it's possible to not have the sex talk with your children and for them to still grow up healthy? I know some families skip it. I think you have a moral obligation to raise children who will then become well-informed adults. And I think any conversation should be available and accessible to your children. And I think denying your children any access to a conversation is a failure as a parent. And I think it's also a failure as a villager, But everything's possible. Anything's possible. Chad says, would you ever shave your head? I've actually shaved my head multiple times. This is the first time in my adult life that I'm not shaving my head because I need you to know I gave a rule to my partner not to let me shave my head because I am tempted every day. Every day I'm like, I'm going bald. And I'm like, no, because I want to have long hair. I've never had the patience. I'm going to do it this time, girls. I'm not going to shave it. This is the first time in my adult life that I have not shaved my head. So, okay, she's getting there. I'm telling you, I'm going to be so patient. I asked the universe to show me patience. So this is it. This is fingers crossed. Yeah, I think I'm going to get there this time, Anyways. Okay, guys, great stream today. Good questions. And I hope to see you guys again tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Be kind to yourselves. And thanks for being here. I know it's been a tough one, but I think I'm just so, I'm really passionate about these topics right now, especially as my channel grows and I get more fucking bigots in chat. Ooh, girl, I'm not going to pull my punches with these bigots. I will be kind. I promise you. I am not going to do more than call people stupid or ignorant, or whatever word we decided is appropriate. I would never want anything bad to happen to them, but I'm also not going to pretend like they're not putting people's lives at risk, All right. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it so much. I'll see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.